We're going to get moving here. It's 9:30 on December 15th. And I'd like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting for the Municipality of Jasper to order at 9:30. It is our final Committee of the Whole meeting for the 2021 year. And I think it is our final meeting for the 2021 year. So it's my pleasure. We're going to move on to item 2 on the agenda, additions to the agenda. So councillors, you have the agenda in front of you. Are there any additions to additions to the agenda out there today? Looks like there isn't. So we'll move on to item 3, approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve the agenda? Councillor Melnick, thank you very much. All in favor? There are none opposed. That motion carries. Councillors, you have the minutes of November 30th meeting, November 30th, 2021, Committee of the Whole minutes. Are there any modifications, suggestions on those minutes? Or if there isn't, may I have a motion to approve those minutes? No motion? Would anybody like to approve the minutes? Councillor Keller-Empey, thank you. All in favor? There are none opposed. That motion carries. Thank you. So starting off here, we have a presentation from administration. 5.1 is the Federal Provincial Early Learning and Childcare Agreement. And I'll pass it to Mr. Given first, but we have Mrs. Daniels, I'm sure, to present as well. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Ms. Daniel is here to speak to the details. Administration thought it was important to bring forward some information for council and the community to be aware of the impacts of the recently signed federal provincial agreement on childcare and what that will look like in a local Jasper context. So Lisa will present that at a high level. It does mean that there will have to be some revisions to our local childcare rates. But the intent is to ensure that the full benefit that is intended by the current provincial federal government is passed on to local parents. So I'll pass it over to Lisa to guide council through this. And again, this is an information item, council. We're not asking for any decisions to be made here necessarily, but we did want to ensure that you were informed and that the community was informed, because we expect that there may be some general, some very keen interest out in the community and a general expectation that something would be happening early in the new year. So we want to make sure that you were informed. So Lisa, over to you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay, thanks. Sorry, I have headphones on, so you never know. I'm here to give you some information this morning about the Federal Provincial Childcare Agreement. I'm not going to go over the report in detail. I'm sure you've all read it, but I'll give you a few highlights. So first, we still don't have a start date. They're saying early 2022. Mid-January has been thrown around, but there's really no set date yet. So just know that this hasn't been given a go ahead as a green light as a date yet. Some of the major changes that is going to happen here locally. First one is that you'll note in the report, the province is basing the operating grant on an average childcare fee of $11.72 a month. So that's already lower than our current fees. So they're basing their operating grant on that, which means that when they say a discount of about 50% per family, we're already above that average. So it's not going to be a 50% discount for our families. It's going to be less than that. Probably around 35% based on the numbers that we have put in the report. Another important aspect to mention in the report is the removal of the infant care incentive. So that's a grant that we currently receive. It's $150 per infant that's 18 months and younger that we take care of, and it comes directly to the program. And depending on how many infants we have, it's about $13,000 a year that we'll be losing in revenue. And what the province is doing is taking that $150 and putting it toward the operating grant that we'll receive to offset the cost of parent fees. I think those are the big highlights. I'm sure you have questions, so I don't want to go into a lot of detail, but I'm open to any questions that you might have about the report or about the new agreement.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mrs. Daniels. Yeah, very exciting stuff. I'll open up to councillors for questions for Ms. Daniel. Councillor Waxer.
I just wanted to, express real concern about the fact that the lowest income families will still be paying well over $500 a month. And when you look at the way that they've got the subsidy, that the subsidy is the same for a family with a family income of 119,000 as for a family which over the years we've seen there are many families that are making beds in hotels who are not making anywhere, even if both of them are working full-time, not making anywhere close to 119,000. So I'm very concerned about the fact we still have that fees have remained somewhat unchanged, really, for the lowest income families, and it's still too much from my perspective. So it's very disappointing to see the subsidy reduced so significantly.
Yeah, very true. Mayor Ireland.
I can just make
Ms. Daniel, and then we'll go to Mayor Ireland.
I just want to make a quick comment on that. Sorry, Councillor Westland. That Councillor Waxer is correct. The lowest income families are not benefiting from this new agreement. It's the middle lower, and then kind of middle class families that are benefiting more. Basically, the people who are on full subsidy, their rates aren't going to change that much. I think it's only going to change about $100 in some cases, which is still substantial. But if we're trying to help out the low income families, this is not what we're going to be able to do with that.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you, Ms. Daniels, for the report. I will get to a question I have just regarding my inability to really understand part of the report, but I wanted to start first with the conversation you just had, and in the first page of the information report, under the heading New Federal Provincial Childcare Grant, is it safe to interpret that paragraph to mean that every province has the ability to come up with the specifics of how this federal program rolls out, and that is why the inequities that have just been noted are more prevalent in Alberta than they might be elsewhere?
Mr. Gibbon, I think would like to answer that.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson, for Mayor Ireland. Yes, that's correct. So as with many federal provincial programs that direct funding to municipalities, the funding first goes to the province of Alberta, who negotiate with the government of Canada how that money can be used before it is flowed out to municipalities. This is also the case with the federal gas tax fund and other federal funding mechanisms that impact municipalities. And in each case, the province, the negotiations between the province and the federal government will have their own characteristics. Here in Alberta, I believe our government focused more on creating a subsidy that went to the individual families rather than sort of through the childcare system. Although it does come, to us and it's not paid directly to families, it is intended to allow families a greater range of choice. I think it's fair to say that Premier Kenney and the provincial government wanted to ensure that day homes and other models of childcare were also considered, and I think that that's a nuance that is maybe not unique to Alberta, but certainly was accentuated in Alberta. But Mayor Ireland, broadly, you're correct. Whenever the province and the federal government enter into agreement for funding, there's a negotiation that takes place well above our municipal level between the feds and the province, and whatever program rolls out is really influenced by that negotiation, and we see the results here in this report.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate it. My second question just is for me to gain a better understanding of some of the details in the report, and particularly the tables on the second page have left me a bit confused. In the text beginning at the top of the page, you indicate that the province has now removed other funding that used to go directly to operators. And yet on the top table in the middle of the page, there is no operating grant reflected. So maybe the money that we got isn't a grant, but I don't quite follow the words and the table. And then secondly, the 2021 cost to families in the text below the bottom table indicates that a family who gets all the subsidies would expect to pay $574 per month, but that's not reflected in any of the tables. So I'm just having a bit of a struggle trying to match what families are expected to pay going forward to what they are in fact paying right now. And again, I see Mr. Given is going to help with that response.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, if I may, and Ms. Daniel will cover the rest of the detail on this certainly, but Your Worship, there was a grant of approximately $13,000 of revenue that was given from the provincial government directly to the municipality, and that reduced our need to have the rates reflective of the full cost of operating the service. So that $13,000 is being removed, and so in essence our rates need to go up to reflect the cost of the service. But this increase in the rate that the municipality charges is offset by the new grant that is given to support individual families rather than the daycare operator. So I hope that that brings a little bit of clarity. We wanted to ensure that when families saw that when this program comes into place, that it may appear that childcare costs are going up. So the municipality in 2022 for a child of 0 to 18 months will have to charge $14.75. That may appear like a cost increase to the individual family, but the fact is the actual effective rate that the family pays will only be $840 because there is this new provincial federal grant that is applied to that family's account, if you will. Where before the provincial grant was just general revenue that we accounted for in the operation of the program rather than being tied to individual families. So we just wanted to make sure that there was a contrast so that families and council would understand that in 2021, somebody that paid $13.51, they will see the bill from the municipality increase to $14.75, but they will also know that there is that new provincial federal grant that will bring their net cost to them down to $840. So we just wanted to make sure that people could see that the municipality is not, increasing our revenue on the backs of parents. Parents are seeing a direct benefit of this new provincial federal grant, and that net cost to families, or the 2022 cost to families, is what they will actually be required to pay. I'll ask Lisa to speak to why we didn't represent the families that are under the Alberta Childcare subsidy. And the very simple version of that is because it's on a sliding scale and pretty challenging to reflect in these tables because it is based on the parental household income. But Lisa, is there some additional detail that you could add to that about what the Alberta Childcare subsidy looks like?
Sure. Mayor Ireland, do you have any other questions about what Mr. Given said first?
Oh, thank you, Ms. Daniel. No, I think I understand it in that context. It's just that if the $13,000 that we're losing applies in the first column, I guess, of the upper table, that is, the fees are lower than they would otherwise have been. But it still looks, if you just read the tables, that we haven't lost anything because the operating grant that's reflected is reflected as zero. So you can't do worse. So it's technically. Go ahead. Sorry. Well,
no,
it's awkward for me to follow the loss. It's recorded in the text And I accept that that's the way it worked, but it's not recorded in the table so far as I can see. It just seems to me there's a bit of a mismatch, but I understand the explanation. And so as I understand it, then the $150 per month that totaled 13,000 is reflected in a lower 2021 monthly fee. And so that now has to be adjusted to account for the loss of that operating grant. So the fees go up and then the new subsidy applies to the new fees.
Correct, yes. And so the reason we didn't include subsidy in the chart, in the table, is, as Mr. Gibbons said, it's on a sliding scale. So it depends on the income of the family, how many hours the child's attending, how many children are in the family. So it really could be dependent on a number of things, how much someone gets. So I didn't want to include that because it's really going to be a different amount for everyone. Like when I do subsidy every month, it's not necessarily the same amount every month, even for the same family, because it really depends on their hours of care, if there's been any change in their situation. So it's not something that we can really predict.
Okay. Thank you all.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'm not sure who this question would go to, but was there, forgive me for missing the beginning here, but I'm not sure if it was delivered that the information on the public consultation on this process and what methodology did the province use to apply these specifics to the reasoning. Like it's hard to wrap my brain around, and particularly from the information that Councillor Waxer had commented on.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, if I can, for Councillor Demota, I think the answer to that is there was no public consultation on the priorities. I think this was direct negotiation between the provincial and federal governments. And I would suggest that this approach is highly influenced by the provincial government's priorities without consultation with families or daycare providers.
It shows. Thank you.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through you to Ms. Daniel, the $13,000 is, we're showing that it's indicated here that there'll be a loss of this revenue to the operating budget. Is that going to be directly reflected in the operating budget that we're going to be asked to approve or review later this meeting? It appears that while these fees, the subsidies are all changing and how it's calculated, some families will receive a benefit, to your point, of 35% less during the first year of the program. But it appears that we may be needing to increase, as what I'm interpreting, based on your comments, increase the dollar amounts to the childcare.
Go ahead, Mr. Gill.
Sure. Yeah. So, Councillor Melnick, this will not have a net impact on the budget of this area or the municipality as a whole. This really is a direct impact to the families. The intent of administration, of the tables here, is to reflect that essentially we're going to see a decrease for the municipal budget in one grant line item. One grant revenue line item will go down by 13,000. And we will increase our revenue in the monthly fees, our own source revenue, by an equivalent amount. And that's what the increase in 2022 fees will do. It just means that, and so that's why we thought it was important, because it is, a parent may see, well, my rate has gone up in 2022. I thought it was supposed to go down. That's true, their rate will go up, but their effective rate after the grant that is provided, for their family specifically through this new provincial federal dollars, will decrease the amount that they will have to pay. So there is no net impact in the municipal budget. It's a reduction in one revenue line and an increase in another revenue line that net out.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, Wilson, one more question, if I may. We're looking at 2022, and I believe through Mr. Given asked Ms. Daniel if she has any anticipation of what 2023 might look like, or 2024, just so that we can have an idea of what we may be looking forward to planning as we go into strategic planning next month. Thank you.
Do you want me to take that? Okay. So this grant is supposed to be in effect until 2026, although there's going to be an election. So your guess is as good as mine as to whether this form of operating grant will continue if the provincial government changes. I'd say if the UCP stays in power, that this will continue until we go down to an average of $10 a day in 2026. But if the government changes, we could see a complete change around in the funding model.
Thank you.
Sorry, I don't have a better answer.
Appreciate that. I know I'm asking something to look into the future, and it's really tough.
Yeah, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. My question is just so I can understand this. Reading the report, under the new agreement, families receive, is it a maximum of $266 if they qualify for full subsidy per child? Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so then that number would be applied to that new rate in 2022. So a family that would qualify for full subsidy for a child that's 3, you would take 835, subtract 266, and that would be their monthly rate.
Yes, that's correct.
And a family, so the lowest income families, does that change? I know you've already said this, I'm just trying to get it really clear. Are they getting a lesser rate with this new program, or is it going to be the same for them?
Just going to do the quick math here.
Another question I have, I guess this could be to council, could we write a letter to the minister and just express our concern? It doesn't really seem like I remember being in the hotel room with Councillor Waxer crying tears of joy when this was announced, and now I'm just not so sure how I feel about it.
So I have that answer for you, Councillor Hall. Under the current subsidy and fees that we have, so full fee for a 3-year-old would be $12.85. Full subsidy would be $6.44. So their bill would be $6.41 per month. And under the new agreement, their bill, or the cost of families would be $8.35. Full subsidy being $2.66 would put their bill down to $5.69. So it is a small savings for those that would qualify for full subsidy.
Thank you, Ms. Daniel.
Councillors, anything further? No. Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Given. Thank you, Ms. Daniel, for the presentation. Councillors, could I have a motion to receive the presentation for information? Councillor Waxer, thank you. Councillors, all in favor? They're not opposed. Should that? Okay, moving on to business arising. Agenda item 6, business arising from the minutes. Councillors, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I hesitate a bit to do this, but feel compelled. I want to raise some business arising from the minutes of June 15th of this year. On that occasion, that council passed bylaw number 238, which was a bylaw to repeal the temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, which was bylaw number 228, and 2 ancillary bylaws that amended bylaw 228. Those were bylaws 230 and 231. Sometime later today, the province is going to make some announcement regarding restrictions. When Council of the Municipality of Jasper repealed its temporary compulsory face covering bylaw, it did so on the basis that there was still provincial law requiring indoor face coverings. If that now disappears, I would think that council might be interested in revisiting our community's response to indoor face coverings. So I raised this at this time, not that we can deal with it at Committee of the Whole, but with Christmas coming, I am inclined, if council is interested, to call a special meeting. And although I hate to do that as we approach Christmas, I think we have an obligation to our community and to our visitors to at least discuss this matter. So I raise it in the context of business arising, just to give council an alert under the existing legislation, the Municipal Government Act. The mayor has an opportunity to call a special meeting in any event, but is required to do so at the request of 4 councillors. So I put that out there. It's all speculative right now, depending on what happens later today. But given the nature of our community and the previous positions we've taken with respect to face coverings in indoor spaces, it just seems to me that it's something that we might want to tackle sooner rather than later. So I just bring it up now to give you that warning and let you know that this may not be quite the last meeting of this calendar year. Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you for that, Mayor Ireland. So just to recap, in the coming days after the provincial announcement this afternoon, we may indeed need to call a special meeting. And you suggest how soon? Like, would you suggest within a week or immediately?
From my perspective, thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. From my perspective, later this week, depending on what the announcement is this afternoon. And again, it is something that the legislation allows the chief elected official to do on their own, but it's required at the request of a quorum of council in any event. So depending on what happens, council can take the initiative and spur a special meeting, or I can do that on my own. But the sooner the better if we come to that. And it's just to discuss the issue and what our response ought to be as council of this community, which is, I think it's fair to say, somewhat uniquely impacted by COVID and by the number of visitors we can expect over the Christmas season.
Thank you. And just to clarify for, well, myself as well as new councillors, this bylaw is not tied to the outdoor masking bylaw, which would be in the downtown core. This is just indoor masking bylaw, and they're separate.
That is correct. Bylaw number 228 was the indoor masking bylaw, and that bylaw was a standalone, and it was repealed. The bylaw that we use to have a masking mandate in outdoor public areas was an extension of an existing bylaw, which is the Conduct in Public Places bylaw. And we had simply, by motion, I think, directed our bylaw enforcement officers to say that not wearing a mask in certain designated outdoor spaces was conduct that was contrary to the bylaw. So that bylaw still exists, but that's not the one in respect to which I have brought this forward. I brought it forward with respect to the repealed bylaw, which is the indoor face covering bylaw.
Excellent. Thanks for the clarification. Councillors, comments on Mayor Ireland's Okay, well, thank you, and we'll all stay tuned to this this afternoon. Any other business arising, councillors? Okay, so we'll move on to agenda item 7. We have 2 items today, starting off with the much anticipated 7.1 paid parking pilot project wrap-up report. Pass that on to Mr. Given and walk us through it.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thanks for the nice introduction. Much anticipated. Sure, I suppose that's probably the case. Council, there is a wrap-up report for you contained in the package, which I'm sure you have all read. The paid parking pilot project, from a financial perspective, was a success. I will deliver a few highlights of the report for council and the community, and then we'll be ready to take any questions. But I will start at the end. Administration is recommending that council approve the continuation of paid parking on an ongoing basis, as recommended in the final paid parking pilot project report, which includes recommendations for change for the program going forward. The recommendations related to the future of the program would be, first, that residents should be exempted, that there should be an expansion of the on-street paid parking areas, that there should be an inclusion of paid parking for off-street municipal lots. There should be adjustments to the hours of operation of the program, that the program should continue on a year-round basis. There should be increased signage, and there should be some addition of physical payment kiosks. And I can speak to sort of the why of each of those recommendations. But again, starting at the end, administration is recommending that the program continue, but with those modifications. So we'll cover some of the background and some of the results of the program. And then, as I said, I'll be open for any questions that council may have. So as council knows, the 2021 pilot project was originally intended to run for a longer number of days, but ultimately the program only ran for 83 days from July 21st to October 11th. The program ran from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. in the areas that were formerly 2-hour parking in the downtown central core. The program was delivered using a digital-first approach, relying on a mobile app and curbside tap-to-pay or fast tap signs provided by our technology provider, which in this case was Hotspot. The system ran without physical kiosks, but in-person payments were accepted at the administration office and the Fitness and Aquatic Center. At the beginning of the project, council directed administration to ensure that we undertook a program of public engagement, which included pre and post-project surveys of both residents and businesses, as well as an ongoing stakeholder committee through the project, just to get feedback on revisions that we might want to make during the pilot. At the beginning of the project, approximately 456 respondents replied to a resident survey, and at that time they indicated a fairly low level of support for paid parking. Interesting, at the post-project survey, the level of support for paid parking was relatively unchanged, but there were a very high majority of residents who responded who said that they would be in support of paid parking if residents were exempted for up to 2 hours at a time. And so that's part of the reason that is reflected in our administrative recommendations. In response to the ongoing stakeholder input during the program, administration made a number of adjustments sort of on the fly to ensure that we're giving the best customer experience in addressing issues that arose. Examples of these included the creation of a seniors pass for seniors without access to a mobile device, guest passes for residents at PHAs, an allowance for 15-minute free parking and drop-offs for businesses, 15-minute free parking in designated areas, for example, close to the post office, and 15-minute drop-offs for businesses as a result of concern about deliveries. And also the inclusion of free parking and accessible stalls throughout the downtown core. In terms of the results, there were nearly 5,000 parking sessions. August was the peak month where we saw just over 1,000 parkers conducting just under 2,000 parking sessions. But interesting to note that July had over 1,100 parking sessions, even though the program was only active for 10 days that month. And September actually had the most parking sessions per unique user. So in September, people were parking more times than they were in the summer. So somebody may have parked once and paid once in the summer on average. And in September, that actually increased to 2.3 times per user. So the interesting thing about the digital first approach is it gives us very good analytics, which actually may be useful in helping understand our visitors and the way that they're interacting in our community in the future. Through the pilot, bylaw enforcement took an education first approach and delivered just 30 tickets and actually just under 2,400 warnings that were informing people about their duty to pay and how to pay with little placards that were placed on vehicles. They did that over approximately 450 direct working hours. And again, so a very light-handed approach to enforcement, ensuring that our visitors and everybody impacted by the system knew how to use the system. Tickets were only issued after repeated infractions. And so that's why such a low number of tickets. From a financial perspective, as I said before, the program was a success. It delivered just under $34,000 in new net revenue to the municipality on just over $90,000 in gross income and direct expenses of just under $57,000. As you'll see in the report, administration identifies that the expenses wouldn't increase substantially above what we saw for this year if the program were extended in terms of hours or the length of the program. But overall, this did deliver new net revenue to the municipality above and beyond our direct expenses for the program. And that's why administration is recommending that the program be continued. And I'll speak to some of the expansions specifically because on page 12 of the report, or 22 of your overall agenda package, it goes directly to the recommendations. There's a map there that shows the recommended expansion areas of the program, and I can speak to why we did that. But I'll go through each of the recommendations for change to the program one by one, and then Deputy Mayor Wilson, that's where I'll end off. And if council has any questions about the recommendations, the overall program, I'd be happy to answer them then. So the first and most important is that residents should be exempted from the requirement to pay for parking for up to 2 hours at a time in the paid parking zones, particularly on Connaught and Patricia. This exemption will ensure that the system of paid parking is focused on generating net new revenue from visitors, and it acknowledges that locals are already supporting municipal infrastructure and operations through their property taxes. The second recommendation is that the paid parking area for on-street paid parking should be expanded. This includes out to Geeky Street, an extension along both sides of Connaught to the east, and into the municipal lots, which is the next recommendation. And again, you can see those municipal lots reflected in blue. The hours should be adjusted to run from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., recognizing that our visitor traffic continues throughout the day, particularly in the summer hours. And this better aligns high demand times and adds additional hours into the paid parking inventory. Administration is recommending that the program should continue on a year-round basis. Jasper is a year-round visitor community. Certainly there are peaks and valleys in terms of the intensity of visitor traffic, but there is never a time where there are not visitors coming to our community. And the continuation of the program ensures that those visitors are always contributing to municipal expenses. We heard quite a bit of feedback that signage could be improved. Administration agrees that there should be increased signage that would be more consistent and better placed to increase the awareness of the program and improve the ease of use for visitors. And I'll also speak about why signage is important. Well, actually, I'll also raise the fact now that signage is also the way that the vast majority, nearly 90% of the payments were made tap to pay, basically people paying at the physical sign. So having more signs provides more payment locations and greater ease of use for the users. And then finally, that we should add on a limited basis physical payment kiosks. We heard concerns from businesses and from some users that there's a desire in limited circumstance to pay, using either physical cash or using a pay station. And in the capital budget, you'll see that this item is reflected in the capital budget that was approved by council. It would be intended to be funded through revenue generated from paid parking. Administration is proposing a modest approach to this, seeing just 2 payment kiosks in priority locations. Given the fact that 90% of our payments in the last year were made directly through the app at the signs, it is a very small number of users that are requesting payment, physical payments. And so the addition of 2 kiosks in priority areas where there would be the most congestion and the most parking traffic would be an approach for this year, and allow us to assess whether that met the demand. And if there was a demand for additional payment kiosks, that's something that we could do in future years. So administration is proposing a cautious approach to large capital outlays. We would rather take that on a small measured approach that improves over the system that we had in 2021 for 2022. So those are the recommendations, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm happy to answer any other questions or to discuss any of the other detail that's contained in the report. But administration's recommendation is that paid parking operate on a continuous basis, subject to revisions reflected in those recommendations.
Great, thank you for that, Mr. Given. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be quite a few questions. Councillor Demota, you're first up.
I'm just, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Mr. Given. Mr. Given, if you can explain some of the concepts of parking permits or passes. Well, maybe I'll just specify. May there be an opportunity for residents to buy a monthly pass so that, for an example, if you live the furthest distance from town, I'm going to say, Cabin Creek, and then you have to work in downtown. Like, not everybody can ride a bike or walk to work if they're working downtown. So I was wondering if that was considered.
That's something that we can do on an emerging basis. So the benefit of the system is that as a digital first approach, it's very flexible. If we saw that there was a significant demand for that, we could. At this time, administration's recommendation is that all residents that register with the system to receive a residence pass would have up to 2 hours at a time. If there was a need for a resident to have sort of ongoing or larger use, or if there was a great number of residents that were requesting that, that's something that we could bring back to council as a revision.
Thank you.
Councillor Keller-MP.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through you to Mr. Given. For the parking lots, just looking at the map, that does not include the RV parking lot over in this block. Am I correct?
Yes, Councillor Keller-MP, that's correct. That would be under a separate system. The long-term parking in S block, the commercial parking, would be under a separate system, which council I think is aware of. The RV parking lot across the tracks near Home Hardware is not included in the paid parking. Again, the principle of trying to direct traffic out of high priority areas to lower demand areas. And we would like to increase the usage of that RV parking lot. And that's why it's not recommended at this time.
May I ask one more question, Deputy Mayor Wilson? Through you to Mr. Given. So the parking lots that are across from the hotels, the guests staying there, if we were to increase the hours, how would we manage that? Because the Astoria, Whistler's Inn, some of these hotels do not have assigned parking, and they're grandfathered many years ago. So I'm wondering how we would manage that.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Keller-MP and Deputy Mayor Wilson. So administration's recommendation is that those off-street lots in the central core be paid parking. We do have the ability and flexibility through the system to enable those hotel operations to pay for their guests if they wish. I would note that, and you'll have to excuse me, I may get them backwards, but Whistler's Inn does not have any directly adjacent lots, and so all of their visitors have had to either navigate the paid parking system this year, or find really scramble for space to find an appropriate parking stall. I'm not sure how they've managed that in the past. The biggest change obviously would be for the Astoria. I think that they have had the benefit of having that municipal lot directly across the street, or in close proximity, and administration's willing to, and actually has done for the PHA owners, created a system where PHA owners could get a pass or pay for their residents, for their visitors, and we can do the same thing through the mobile app. Essentially, it would be, I'm not sure if you ever had the experience of going in and getting your parking validated. If you go and shop at a certain store, they'll pay for your parking. I think we could, actually, I know that we can set up that similar kind of system in collaboration with the hotels, but ultimately there would be an expense that would go along with that, recognizing that the space and the maintenance of the space and the infrastructure is not free, or does come with cost, I should say.
Oh, may I continue, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, please.
So how would we reflect, so if we're going to charge the hotels for their guests, would we charge the PHAs for their guests?
So for the pilot project, PHAs, the concern for PHAs was that it was non-residents parking on streets that council had directed should be for residents only. For the hotels, the idea is that you have visitors parking on sort of public streets or in areas that are intended for paid parking rather than areas that are intended for residential use. For PHAs, the other complicating factor was that there are a small handful of PHAs that are grandfathered that do not have appropriate parking available. Administration, for the purpose of the pilot project, said, okay, well, we'll just deal with that, and we will allow PHA owners in the residential areas to get a pass. I think that going forward, the approach from administration may change for PHA owners, just to ensure, because they should be and providing adequate on-site parking. If they're not, then we would ensure that it was an equitable system where the cost for a PHA owner of securing space would be the same for the cost as a hotel owner, to ensure that there's equity between those two different types of businesses.
May I ask one more question, Deputy Mayor? Sorry. So if we extend down across from the grocery store where the Tesla plug-ins, so the residential areas that are behind the Crimson onto those two streets, would they be included then in residential passes? Because currently they're not. And there has been, I've had quite a few concerned neighbors in that area about that those streets not being part of the residential park only program.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Wilson for Councillor Keller MP. Yes, that's correct. We would be extending the resident only parking to those areas. And you can also see that we've extended the paid parking area to address some concerns of residents along Geeky, who had also sort of seen that there was an inequity, or that they felt that there was a increase in traffic volumes pushed out from the summer. So.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Just further to that point there, Mr. Given, about the Geeky area street, and then Geeky in the proximity to the school. I'm not sure when it was, but I think council did receive some feedback from the parent advisory committee. Yeah, I think that's the term. Yeah. So, but they were concerned about increased activity around the school area. People looking for the free parking. They're concerned that, yeah, just a bit more traffic during school hours. And if we are to keep this going year round, then I think we'd have to try and mitigate that. Go ahead, Mr. Gibbon.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and that's actually reflected in our administrative recommendations here for extension of paid parking along Geeky. Well, it is difficult to disentangle whether the increased regional traffic. So I think it's pretty well understood that through COVID, the community has seen more local, provincial, and national travelers coming in their own vehicles, rather than the large volume of buses and maybe train travelers that might have attended in previous years. That may have led to increased singular vehicle traffic. I don't have a good read on that. But in any case, administration heard the request from the residents that face out onto Geeky and the concerns of the school. And so that's why our recommendation is that that should also be paid parking. Again, no impact to residents, as they would have free parking for up to 2 hours in those locations. And we would also work for residents of the apartment buildings that may park there on a permanent basis. We would also make some accommodation for them. But the intention is to, rather than to have Geeky be a overflow street that is sort of the free street that visitors will find, that we will have it as a paid parking street that would encourage turnover, rather than having it sort of fill up with visitors, or at least if it does fill up with visitors, that they should be paying. The intention is to make it consistent with the rest of the downtown core, even though I think we might not always see it as a part of the downtown core. It is so close that a visitor is likely to park there and walk into the Patricia Street area.
Sorry, just to clarify too, and why not resident only in that area? Because do we want to be pushing people there? Because then there will be increased. You know, if we're seeing increased turnover, then that traffic still remains, rather than a residential only street where they just, you know, keep on moving.
Yeah, well, I certainly, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I think from an administrative perspective, our best way to manage it is to have it as an identified parking area that demonstrates that it's intended to have turnover and not full day parking. There is a benefit to residents if we increase our inventory of paid spaces, and gives us a better chance to actively manage it in a more direct way. You know, if somebody is parked there and they are parked there beyond their 2 hours, or they are you know, haven't paid at all, then we have a chance to ticket and encourage them to move along. If it was resident only, I think as a practical matter, I think we would have a greater challenge of trying to manage and inform visitors that this one area that, for all intents and purposes, if you're from the city, one street off doesn't seem that far away, and it seems like a central part. Although to us it seems like it's out of the central core, I think for a lot of visitors it seems like it is part of the central core. And so to inform them that it's resident only and ticket for parking in a non-residential space would be less user-friendly than providing that opportunity to park, but encouraging frequent turnover.
Okay, thank you. Councillors? Councillor Waxer.
I first of all like to acknowledge that I agree that residents are already paying through their taxes, and that some residents have mobility concerns. But I am concerned that in an era of climate, of lots of focus on climate change, that we're not discouraging residents from driving into the central business district, and we're not providing maybe a way to counteract that, or to encourage more use of bicycles or walking. So that's by providing the continued free access to the 2 hour parking. I am concerned about that.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Waxer. I myself as well am concerned, so I'll just speak to it just on top of yours. That was about all resident exemption. I was hoping we'd see maybe an option for credits. So not to say that you know, sometimes residents need to drive downtown, although a free for all, well, that doesn't deter unnecessary vehicle traffic. And I think part of this, you know, maybe it's a smaller part of it, but it was to hopefully deter unnecessary vehicles in the downtown core. So we have the benefit, you know, we have a free park installed at home, and you know, we're only a block away, 2 blocks away. Yes, there's the Cabin Creekers that are a little bit further, but you know, I think there might be an option with this electronic online system to offer 10 free hours a week for or you know, even 10 might seem like too much, but they give them a certain amount of credits where if you're on with the program, you can you can have some flexibility with driving, but not a free-for-all. Mr. Given, I saw you hand up.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Wilson, to the concern raised by both yourself and Councillor Waxer, it certainly is possible with the system to essentially preload somebody's account with credits towards a certain amount of parking. We would take council's direction on what that should be. Administration is providing a recommendation that is honestly the most direct and easiest to implement. The system is very flexible. That is one of the benefits of the digital first system, is that we can make those types of adjustments. Essentially how it would look is that we would set up a system so that anybody that registered their vehicle as a resident vehicle would receive on their account a certain amount of credits to whatever sort of extent council wished to provide that, whether it was a dollar value or whether it was an hour value in terms of number of hours. I'm sure that the system is flexible enough that we can set it up whatever way council would direct us. My suggestion would be that if council wishes to see something like that, that you give us direction, when making a motion to, receive the report, direct that paid parking be implemented on an ongoing basis, subject to the revisions contained in the report, with the exception of resident parking, which should be provided on a blank basis. That would be a way that council could give administration direction, so we could get started with a provider on setting up that system.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question and also a comment. My question is the new proposed blue parking lot sites, will there be an option for a day rate, or is it all based on hourly?
Excuse me, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Administration hadn't delved that far into the details. Certainly we want to have some flexibility to ensure that there is, the pricing is responsive to the demand. We would see that the off-street lots may be priced slightly lower than the on-street spaces, just reflecting that we want to try to drive traffic towards off-street lots rather than on-street parking. A day rate could be possible. My initial suggestion would be that a day rate should be in our lower priority lots, like the one near the activity center, the one in S Block across the tracks, or the one near the where the electrical vehicle charging arc. Again, those are lower priority areas. If somebody wants to park for a longer period of time, we would encourage them to do that on those outlying areas. Where the core areas, we want to ensure that there is regular turnover so that there are more visitors able to access the downtown through the course of a 12-hour day. But again, the system is flexible enough, and administration is open to making changes to the program, each year as we get more and more data about how visitors are using the parking spaces in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Given. And my comment is, I do also have concerns and agree with Councillor Waxer and Councillor Wilson that we should be encouraging our residents to find their way downtown alternately. I remember the years of Bike Town and the Commuter Challenge, and when we had that environmental stewardship position within the municipality. And I'm definitely open to discussing credits or other ideas. So, thank you.
I see you there, Councillor Demoto. Just to talk to Councillor Hall's or what Mr. Given had suggested in the day rate in lots and lower priority. I definitely think we can support something in that regard, especially the activity center parking lot. We have visitors come and park there and ride, and so I wouldn't want to have them having to pay hourly for that, but a day rate in those locations, especially that location, I guess, would be the thing. Go ahead. So,
sorry, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I should clarify my comment there. So, because I think I probably confused the issue. At this time, we're not proposing that the activity center parking lot, the parking lot with the electrical vehicle charging, or the parking lot across in S Block near the Home Hardware, that they would have any pay system at all. Again, really trying to drive that traffic to those outlying areas. So I'm sorry if I confused the issue by suggesting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Demoto.
Thank you very much. Over the years, I don't want to say I've become an expert in any field when it comes to being a councillor, but I have traveled a lot in vehicles, and then even when I'm renting and I'm in another city or community, I pay close attention to what that town is doing, and make notes, take pictures, and do all sorts of things. There are municipalities that are resort-based municipalities that have been doing this way longer than us, that have mastered systems that are far beyond even what we started off with. And I commend administration for the pilot project and the information that we got. I think it was a good litmus test of what we can be doing. But we are in a tourism-based town, and being brought up in the hospitality industry, I think that we should take steps in making people feel welcome, whether it's visitors or residents. And I think for the most part, I have some things that I'd like to recommend. I'm not going to do it all in one statement here, just so it give other councillors time to speak. But one glaring thing right off the top is the Crimson lot. I think that provides an unfair advantage to hotel guests there as opposed to the other ones in the downtown core. So, there are several that may not have that benefit of having free parking across the street for their residents. So that needs to be taken into consideration, and some accommodation may need to be made either way to help compensate that. I'll leave it at that one, and I've got a few more that I'd like to address, and I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Keller.
With tourism coming back, we'll see more buses coming back into town to park. They have for a number of years parked down towards the Crimson area. If that lot was to become a paid lot, how would we deal with the bus companies that come into town? Do we have a special rate for them, or that would be up to the hotels? Can I direct that to you, Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Given?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Given.
Yeah, thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Thanks, Councillor Keller-Hempy. That's something that we would need to consider. I think really if the principle was that areas that are identified, by council or, in this report should be paid, then administration can, again, given the flexibility of the program, can identify the least administratively burdensome and easiest to use for the user system of ensuring that those areas have a system of payment. And so whether that was, a rate for buses or the ability for a hotel to prepay for buses, we can do either. I think for council, the question is which areas are paid and which ones do not have paid parking. And administration can act on whatever sort of direction council gives us there.
Thank you. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I appreciate the depth of the report, and thank you for all of the analysis, and in particular the 7 really difficult proposals for change. But I want to step back before I get to that. In terms of the economics of the project, it surprises me that the outcomes are as limited as they appear to be, and I wonder whether, Mr. Given, you have a sense of where this might go, particularly if all the recommendations were accepted. And I'm not saying that I necessarily do accept them, but as I read this, we made net income of $34,000 over 83 days of operation, which is about $400 a day. And we had roughly 200 stalls in play, which means $2 per day per stall, which is 1 hour of parking per stall. That just seems to me, unless I've done the math wrong, extremely limited. And so has anybody thought about a projection per stall per day, whether we increase the number of stalls or not. I suppose if we increase them, we ought to force a higher revenue target. But $2 per stall per day at the busiest time of year surprises me. Has anybody analyzed how that could be attributed and where we might go from here?
Go ahead, Mr. Gibbon.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, thanks very much, Your Worship. I don't have detailed per stall per day projections. Of course, there were a number of factors that influenced it, the change in the nature of traffic to more of that regional traffic, which may have seen more increased single passenger vehicles, the late start of the program. The limited hours would be the other thing that I'd reflect. The program did only go until 5 o'clock. The recommendations here would increase the, if you will, the inventory by increasing the number of hours that would be paid. And so the ability of a stall to generate more payments per day would increase along with the hours as well. Administration does reflect in the operating budget that's in front of council an increase in revenue as a result of paid parking. Again, we're taking that at the global level, recognizing that paid parking also is inclusive of the commercial paid parking in S Block as well. There was a significant capital investment in that. And so the paid parking service profile that you see is inclusive of both the on-street paid parking system that we're talking about now, as well as the off-street paid parking in S Block is reflected in that service profile as well. But administration is forecasting that we should be able to see net revenue to the municipality of approximately $445,000 in 2022, based off the expansion of the area, the expansion of the time, and the inclusion of off-street lots. Because we don't see significant change in our municipal expenses in terms of operation. There is a small capital expense in the capital budget that is funded through the program. And in terms of enforcement, our recommendation is that we should take a visitor first approach rather than an enforcement first approach. And so it is the revenues are broadly reflective of limited and cautious enforcement rather than a tickets first or tickets for revenue approach. We certainly aren't proposing that. But all of those things combined together are really the direction that administration is going in terms of revenue forecast. And again, that's reflected in your operating budget. As we go through a longer system, then we'll get more detailed data. One of the challenges is that the number of stalls is variable. There are some areas, we did go through the additional expense this year of trying to demarcate individual stalls in the downtown area. I don't think that we would do that again. We would essentially set up paid parking zones, and those paid parking zones, visitors can park wherever they like within them and pay for them. Because you might have found that 2 vehicles could squish into 1 stall in some spots, and in other spots you could find, a vehicle might take a stall and a quarter. So it is difficult to get down to the stall by stall level. That may be easier to do in the off-street lots where stalls are better demarcated as an individual stall. The on-street is a bit of a challenge, but we would hope to be able to identify that better in future years as we get more data.
Thank you for that. If I might, I had a couple of questions as well, Deputy Mayor. I note in the report that it references changes on an ongoing basis. Do I take that to mean that the suggestion is that we move from a pilot project, change it a bit, and it becomes a permanent matter? And if that is correct, what then would be the difference, and are we still able to tweak as we go, as it were?
Deputy Mayor Wilson for Mayor Ireland, on an ongoing basis really means 2 different things. First, that it should be ongoing throughout the calendar year. So rather than a limited time during the peak summer tourist season, administration is recommending that this should be throughout 365 days of the year, appreciating that there will be peaks and lulls in terms of the demand and the usage. So that's the first part. The other part about ongoing is exactly as you said, Your Worship, that it should be a regular program of the municipality that that there should be paid parking. And we do have the flexibility to provide revisions to the program in terms of rate, hours, locations, because of that low capital cost. I mean, we're not buying and installing meters every 15 feet down the street. And so it is a very adaptable and agile approach that allows us to adjust based on market conditions, feedback from stakeholders and direction from council. So administration's recommendation is that it continue on an ongoing basis, that it be extended to a year-round approach. And I think council could give direction to administration on how frequently they would like to see updates on the program. My advice would be that that might be something that would come regularly with budget at the conclusion of a season, and in conjunction with the municipal budget, administration could bring forward any recommendations for revision to the program for the following year.
Thank you for that. And perhaps it was buried in here and I missed it. But I'm interested in what administration sees as the process for decision making. I am intrigued by the report and particularly by the recommendations. I have some comments on probably each of them, but I'm particularly interested in hearing first feedback from the community and other stakeholders. And so the report just became publicly available on Friday with the publication of the agenda. So does administration have any thoughts, or are you looking to council for some direction with respect to community engagement on the report that's before us now?
Deputy Mayor Wilson for Mayor Ireland. Yes, I'll say that from an administrative perspective, we believe that public engagement has been completed. It's up to council now to engage in political decision making about whether you feel the report and the public engagement that's reflected in it is reflective of the sentiment in the community, and how this connects to the operating budget. Administration undertook a survey of residents and businesses of their opinions before we started paid parking. We stayed in regular contact with businesses and other stakeholders through the course of the program, and we surveyed residents and businesses at the end of paid parking. And while nobody loves, and the result is this, Your Worship, nobody likes paid parking. Residents are willing to accept paid parking, and in fact are supportive of paid parking if they get some kind of exemption. And that's why administration has made the recommendations that are contained in the report. I think it's up to council about what type of exemption you wish to provide for residents or how much of an exemption. But from an administrative perspective, we feel that the report reflects the public sentiment. I think it's up to council now as the elected officials and representatives of the public to see whether you agree with administration's assessment. I would say that there are, in terms of public engagement, the budget is reflective of paid parking revenue. We are at a committee meeting, and so committee is making recommendations to council. This wouldn't be finally approved along with the operating budget until in the new year. And so there certainly will be time for the public, for council to gather perspectives from the public, or for the public to share their perspectives to council and the community, or sorry, to council and administration between now and I believe January 4th is the regular council meeting that this recommendation would come to. So there is that gap there where the public will have an opportunity to provide some feedback if they wish. But again, I think from an administrative perspective, we did survey people after the fact and said, so now that you've seen it, what do you think? And people said, well, very broadly speaking, well, I don't really like paid parking, but if it doesn't apply to me, I guess it's okay.
All right, thank you for that. If there is an intent to have this on the agenda for January 4th for decision, and it's only at this point a suggestion from me and certainly not a direction from council, but I would perhaps look forward to an opportunity to have separate motions on each of the recommendations rather than a single motion just to approve the recommendations. And I recognize that some of the recommendations are inextricably tied, but still, I think I would be inclined to call for division in any event if it came as a package. So just an alert. Thank you for that.
Councillor Melnick, I saw you, and then Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and through you to Mr. Given. Thank you for the report. I do have some questions for clarification, and I've enjoyed and appreciate the debate and questions from all of the councillors. I think that helps all of us gain some additional clarity on this issue, which have been a pilot project now moving to potentially a permanent solution for our community in the way of additional revenue. On page 4, just for clarification, I saw in the chart the unpaid plates, and that number is higher than the paid plates. And this might help to explain the worship, his mayor's concern about the $2 per stall per day, where we really did not maximize paid parking with our approach of ticketing. And I wonder if you might comment on that.
Deputy Mayor Wilson for Councillor Melnick. Very, very astute, Councillor Melnick. I think you're exactly right. The amount of revenue generated through the system, we did intentionally take a very light approach to enforcement, and so the difference in paid plates and unpaid plates, is reflective of people who didn't pay, but we didn't necessarily ticket either. In future, the total revenue, if we, want to be cautious, because I know that visitors and visitor experience is important to us, and administration's recommendation is that we take a cautious approach to enforcement. To be very clear, we don't see this as enforcement first. And so as people become more accustomed to the system and the expectation that they're required to pay, we would expect more people to naturally comply, and for revenue per stall to increase on that. And we also have the ability, if it appears to be necessary, to increase the level of enforcement that would increase people's compliance and reduce the number of unpaid plates over time. So Councillor Melnick, I think you're exactly right. Those unpaid plates were people that were consuming stalls, but by definition had not paid. And this year we did not make them pay, and we did not necessarily penalize them unless they were repeatedly consuming stalls and not paying. That is something that we can adjust to match the community's sort of desire around that. Again, administration's intention would be to take a very light-handed approach to enforcement, because we want to ensure that Jasper is still a welcoming place for visitors to come to.
If I may, thank you, Mr. Given. Deputy Mayor Wilson, if I could continue with just a few other questions and comments. The proposal is to increase the hours to 9 p.m. at night to capture more revenue. What would that, how would that reflect, or how would that affect the staffing in bylaw to be able to ensure that we are actually capturing additional revenue? I do know we have 2 summer positions, and certainly, it's a 7-day a week, 12-hour scenario for us to be able to maximize revenues.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor Melnick. Through Deputy Mayor Wilson, exactly as I just stated, administration's intention would be to take a very light-handed approach to enforcement. We don't see that there is a need to have enforcement on the streets, so to speak, for all hours that the program is operational. If our goal was to ensure that every single unpaid plate paid or received a ticket, then we would have to exactly match the hours of the program. Our administrative recommendation is that there are peak periods, certainly during the summertime, where we want to ensure that there is high compliance and good regular turnover. We would match our enforcement using the expense that's noted in the report, rather than increasing enforcement with additional expense. And again, we can do this because our goal isn't to make sure necessarily that we get every single person who hasn't paid, because we want to ensure that the reputation of Jasper is well maintained. And so that's why we're not necessarily recommending that an increase in hours necessitates an increase in staffing, because we will be more strategic with our application of enforcement hours.
And Deputy Mayor Wilson, if I might continue to Mr. Gibbon, through you to him, the addition of the parking lots was brought up as it concerns the hotels, and I just want us to, I would like to be able to have the opportunity to have a discussion about how that has negatively affected some 170 hostel and hotel rooms in the downtown core, because we're changing the rules from last year to this year. And, you know, when we make an observation that residents should be exempt because they already support infrastructure through taxes, these businesses are doing exactly the same thing. So while their guests, because of the expanded hours, should pay, we I think need to have an open conversation about how we can make that work both through the municipality and those businesses that are most directly affected. And I think as we go through this, I agree with His Worship's suggestion of voting on or looking at each of these recommendations on an individual basis. And as I think there is definitely a need to have a little bit more discussion on a number of these. And it would seem to be, to me, best handled that way as individual motions. And thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Yeah, we keep coming back for that a couple of times that we should have individual motions on recommendations. So, councillors, if you do feel prepared to do so, please step up. But we do have Councillor Komoda in line. There you go.
Thank you. You know, I'm prepared to accept this this report as information. Again, my frustration with getting this in the afternoon on Friday, late afternoon on Friday, and then having the weekend. Some of us have to do work or other things on the weekend, and then, you know, we're forced to make a recommendations to council. And again, prior to our priority setting session for this term. So I think that, you know, we've got a little buggy and horse scenarios here, and I appreciate the conversation. I've got like a page of questions that I still need to ask, and you know, I see this going. This can take up quite a bit of time, maybe longer than our debates for the operations budget. So having said that, you know, I think that there's a lot to absorb here, and for the community to absorb. Yes, we do have some time before, you know, we officially decide on what we want to do, but to make recommendations, you know, just receiving a report on Friday and then having a couple of days to look at it, I think needs a little bit more time, considering the gravity of this. And I think that there are ways that, you know, council could discuss and debate and talk about what could be the best outlook for visitors and residents. And I don't know, with the time and the amount of time that we've had to collectively mull over this and come up with some good solutions or directions for council, that we're set up completely for success that way. I know nothing could ever be 100%, but I'm just questioning that. I would be more inclined to receive this as information for today, and then make up more questions or come up with some proposals as we go along. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to argue we're not forced to make a decision. You only have the option to, and the privilege to, maybe as well. But no, we're not forced to do it. Although it does really affect the operations budget that we do have on the agenda today. So I think if we want to see progress in that regard, I think we have to have some type of forward momentum in this regard as well. But just my 2 cents. Councillor Hull.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. My question is how much time, like these kiosks that we want to bring in, is there a lead time to order them? Does it take? Just wondering how much time you need for us to approve this before, like how much time do we have?
Sure. Deputy Mayor Wilson for Councillor Hall. You know, the kiosks are, there will be a lead time on those. There'll be some design time, figuring out the right spot, making sure that there's power, all those sort of like, so that, but that is really the minor aspect of this. The major aspect of this is really the question of, does council wish to see the continuation of paid parking in the future? If so, to what extent? You know, the details I'd suggest can change and be amended. As I mentioned, the digital first approach allows us, if council said it should be in 2022, every resident should be free for 10 hours. And in 2023, council said, well, maybe that was too long and we'd like to see it go down to 5 hours in 2020. That's totally possible. Those kind of adjustments are possible. The real essential question is, should paid parking continue or not? Because if the answer from council is that paid parking should not continue, then it has a significant and substantial impact on the operating budget for 2022. So that is the essential question. The adjustments that council might wish to make are, you know, some certainly will impact revenue, but administration can work with any of those that council might direct at any time. I think in front of council is the essential question of, is paid parking continuing? Yes or no? Then if you feel in a position to make recommendations today about what adjustments should be made for 2022, we could certainly accept those. If council needed more time to make recommendations for change or adjustments, certainly we could implement those later on. But really, for an administrative perspective, the understanding is, do we include this in the budget or not? Because if there is no paid parking revenue from downtown streets or lots to be included in 2022, then I will, you know, we can work those numbers and we can calculate exactly what that would be, but obviously it would be a significant increase in the net tax envelope.
Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through you to Mr. Given, just some questions on the process. If we decide to make this a more permanent thing and not continue the pilot, is there an RFP process that's going to go forward, or are we kind of bound to the company that we've already been working with because of existing signage and such? That's my first part of that question.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson for Councillor Demota. Administration would review our approach and identify whether the public procurement that we went through would enable us to continue with the current service provider. If it doesn't, then we would identify another appropriate public procurement process. Boy, we've managed to say lots of P's in this whole project. But no, so we would ensure that the process of securing a provider was appropriate following all trade legislation and purchasing. But I do not believe that we are tied to our current provider. We may have the opportunity to continue, but we would ensure that that was in compliance with all requirements.
I should have teed up because I've got this kind of a three-part thing. So now, having said that, we've had some public consultation. Have we had any consultation from the provider or providers on the necessity for kiosks and where they should be and how many we should have? Is there a recommendation for companies or the company that's been doing this in other areas successfully, to give us a higher degree of success?
Deputy Mayor Wilson for Councillor Demota. So the provider that we used would say, no kiosks. Well, no, because they're intentionally a digital first approach. And as the results showed, 90% of the payments were made through the on-street fast tap signs. A smaller amount were made through the app. So where people would actually have, so the fast tap sign didn't require anybody to have the app. If you experience it, you either scanned the QR code and it gave you to a website where you would enter your plate number and how long you wanted to park for, or you would tap and the RFID thing, just like when you tap to pay at a grocery store, it would take you to the same website. And so you didn't have to have the app. Another way that people could pay was by downloading the Hotspot app, loading in their information, loading in their vehicle plate. It was a bit more cumbersome. Approximately 19% of our payments came through that, and only 1% of our payments came through physical currency, sort of through the activity center and administration offices. So from our perspective as administration, we look at that and say, well, there were probably some people that didn't pay because they couldn't pay physically and they didn't want to walk all the way over here. So we should create an opportunity for them to pay that's easier, but it is not we don't see that it would be the vast majority of our revenue is still coming through those digital first formats, and that's why we're suggesting a very limited initial implementation of hardware. The provider works with other hardware installing companies of many different ones, and that's why we're making, we put 2 in priority areas because we do also want to make sure that we're thinking about the streetscape, and then we're not cluttering the streetscape with unnecessarily with hardware. And so that's why we're recommending this sort of incremental approach, cautious incremental approach to adding additional expense and hardware on the streetscape, because it appears to be a very small number of the users that wish to pay other than the fast tap and the QR code.
Right. Thank you. And, to continue on that, just a comment from my perspective, that those unpaid plates that Councillor Melnick made reference to might be indicative of, those people not wanting to walk all the way down. And I think that forcing people to do that is somewhat ridiculous in a hospitality town, and that's no reference to administration. Like I'm not condemning you for that. I'm just saying that I think that the next step should be accommodation, right? So so we want compliance first and foremost, and because it was a pilot project, there was an opportunity more for education than to give people tickets. So I think the next step should be making it as easy as possible, because we don't know exactly for sure if those unpaid plates were a result of people not walking down, where we could have captured the money at a kiosk. And so now, having said that, how do we know how much on average, like a middle of the run kiosk would be for?
Administration has put in the capital budget, I believe, $20,000, which would be reflective of 2. So we think there are approximately 10,000 a piece.
Well, just from looking at the layout, I think that there should be one at least at the big parking lots, at least one for each one. Just from my experience in being other tourism-based towns, and then one in each long stretch of where paid parking is in the core, at least. So I had at least 10 written down, but that's $100,000 hit from what you're saying. So I understand where you want to start small, but again, making it easy for visitors, I think is a priority. So if we can find some other funding or just suck it up for the first year to buy a few more, I think, that's one process to make it easier for the visitor. I have other ideas, for community members, residents, but I'll stop here. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for the floor. And I'm very excited to hear from other councillors. Thank you.
We'll go to Councillor Keller MP and then Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question through you to Mr. Gibbon. I'm very curious about the year-round. From your surveys, and was that something that was suggested from the surveys that we go year-round, or how do we come up with that concept?
That was not a question. I don't believe that was a question that was asked in the surveys. That is administration's recommendation for a couple of different reasons. One, because Jasper does, as I think you all know much better than I, have different peak periods where visitation increases and decreases. And we want to ensure that we're capturing that as best as possible. Secondly, from an administrative perspective, ensuring that the system is easy to understand and easy to communicate is a priority for the end users, rather than trying to inform people about when it's on and when it's off. And so if the visitor experience is you arrive in Jasper, you pay for parking, that is much easier than you arrive in Jasper, you look around, find a sign, decide whether it's a paid parking period or not, look at your I think the perspective from administration and understanding our visitor-based economy is we want to make it easy for people to comply and easy to understand and easy to communicate. And so if the expectation is that this area is paid parking at all times, if the simplest system to understand would be all spots are paid all the time, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. We're adding one level of complexity saying all stalls must be paid 365 days a year between the hours of 9 till 9. That's already one thing that somebody has to sort of figure out in their mind. Pretty simple, admittedly, pretty simple. But if it was now from 9 to 9, from May to October, and from November 30th to January 30th, like it would start to become more complex for the visitor, which we think would be a less than optimal experience.
Just from my experience with our summer visitation versus our winter visitation, we have a lot of visitors that come to town. They'll stop outside the rental shop in the morning. They're there for 15 minutes. They're gone to the hill. They're back there for 15 minutes in the evening. I think it's going to be very hard to implement. I think our winter visitors will be quite annoyed if they have to pay for parking to go in, pick up their skis for 15 minutes, come back out again, go back in the evening, have to pay again. I'm all for paid parking, but I would sooner that we go kind of from April to October with it. I'm okay with bringing in some of the lots, but I'd like to see that go ahead for another year before we start looking at the winter business. Our winter business is so far different from our summer business. A lot of people do not shop, and I think if we leave those areas downtown where the businesses are working with the people for rentals, I think it would be a lot easier than trying to bring in year-round paid parking. Our residents have said that they don't want to pay for paid parking, reading the feedback, and I think if it hasn't come from our residents and our businesses that they wanted year-round, I think it won't be accepted.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through you to Mr. Given, I'd like to again thank you for the detailed report. I think this has facilitated some great conversation. I look to you for if a motion was to come forward that we approve the continuation of paid parking on an ongoing basis in principle in 2022 with amendments to the recommendations to be determined or reviewed at a future council meeting no later than February 1st, 2022. Would that facilitate us moving forward based on the fact that we do believe paid parking is viable? It's now a matter of working out the details.
Councillor Wilson, I guess for Councillor Melnick, I think the in principle part would be the only question. Again, from an administrative perspective, we are looking for some certainty so that we can give the best advice to council, and so that we can be, best ready to, initiate any kind of process that might arise. Ms. Melnichuk has done some work, and I can inform council that if the paid parking did not go forward, it would require an increase of 4.9% in the net tax requisition. So right now, council will know that the net tax requisition is a increase of 12.9% over the 2021 number. That would have to be up to 17.8%. So it is a material impact in the operating budget. So I think if the motion, Councillor Melnick, was something along the lines of the committee recommend council approve the continuation of paid parking on an ongoing basis, period, or with program adjustments to be identified by council early in the new year. I think that would be appropriate. That would give us some flexibility in terms of timelines. Early in the new year could be early in January if council is ready for that, or it could be in February or whenever council is ready. But it would give administration the certainty that we should be planning for an operating budget that is inclusive of some revenue from paid parking. Obviously, the revenue would be responsive to, if council only approved 1 hour a day, well, that would impact the revenue as well. But I think by and large, adjustments to the recommendations in terms of how much exemption there is for residents, specifically what areas are included, those are ones that can be handled within the context of the operating budget, if indeed paid parking is going forward. And again, that's where I see the essential question. If council wanted to identify that they wish to consider adjustments to the 2022 program at a future committee of the whole meeting, that would be something that administration could bring back as a separate RFD.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Deputy Mayor Wilson, I'll leave. I put that out there for to try and move towards a point where we could bring some closure to this, and I'd leave you to have other councillors weigh in.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Councillor Melnick, and I may circle back to you to maybe get us going on our first motion if you're prepared for it. We'll go to Councillor Demota. He has a bit more to say, as well as Mayor Ireland, and then see where we're at.
I'm just a couple more comments, and I like where we're going with that, and I appreciate Councillor Melnick addressing it in that manner, and I like the recommendations Mr. Given's given us. As far as residents already paying taxes and should have it for free, I'm all for having 2-hour free parking, and it's something that I would have liked to seen already. But having said that, that argument kind of faded with me because, I had a discussion with some community members and somebody said, well, my business and, as a resident, I contribute to, the operation of the pool and capital stuff, projects towards, the activity centers and stuff like that. My taxes go towards that, but I don't get that stuff for free. So, there's a little bit of a give and take. Yeah, you're contributing to the overall process and design, but I think that we should recover some of that from the visitors who are actually putting more wear on the infrastructure. So having said that, I'm with Councillor Keller MP in the fact that I think it should still remain seasonal because initially I think we're trying to address demand and pressure in certain parking areas on the community and create more flow for businesses downtown, as well as, create a little bit more revenue to compensate for, the demands that tourism puts on our community. So, having said all that, I also in the shoulder seasons when it's slowed down and it's slow, we also want to make it inviting to the businesses that are facing less visitation in the downtown core. So I think there might be a deterrent at this point to keep it year round, and of course that's going to reflect the recovery numbers that the administration's given us as far as revenues towards the project goes, and that might affect our overall percentage increase. And at the same time, I think that we need to keep those things in perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I am anxious to get on to proper debate with respect to each of the recommendations, subject, of course, to councillors having had full opportunity to ask any questions that they may have of administration. But to help to move the matter along today, I had sort of drafted just before Councillor Melnick spoke a motion very similar to what he had suggested. And so if it's appropriate at this time, I'll make that motion and see where we go. And that motion would be that committee recommend council accept the paid parking pilot project report as information, and that committee recommend council approve the continuation of paid parking for future years, subject to such adjustments in scope and implementation as may be confirmed by separate motion of council presented at the January 4th, 2022 regular council meeting. Doesn't necessarily mean that we would have to make decision, but let's get the specific recommendations before us on that date, but confirm that paid parking in some manner will continue into future years. And I changed that wording because there is debate on what ongoing basis means, whether it means from year to year or year round from year to year, or just what it means. So I simply for future years is the intent of my motion. So we will commit, at least as a recommendation to council, to continuation of paid parking, and then on January 4th have specific motions and debate on each one of these recommendations. I have something to say on just about all of them, but until we get to that debate, I don't see the point of taking time at the committee meeting when others may still have questions of administration to get their minds clear on what his recommendation. So that long-winded dissertation is my motion, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I really appreciate the fact that you've sculpted a motion that gets us off the hook for making independent motions on the recommendations, gives us a week longer, or sorry, no, 3 weeks longer to contemplate, but a fair warning to councillors that we should expect ourselves to be ready to make independent motions on the recommendations and be able to vote on those recommendations on January 4th to give clear direction for administration at the same time as the operations budget gets going as well. Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. You know, I want to speak in favor of that motion. I think it's great. I think it accommodates, you know, a lot of our conversation today and giving us the freedom and flexibility to put more thought into this. And, you know, I spoke about expertise. I often lean and have leaned on the mayor for showing leadership in motions like this. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Comments, concerns, Mayor Ireland's motion? There are none. Mayor Ireland, would you like to close?
I have nothing else to say about the motion, but I would be prepared, if council is so inclined, to make recommendations at this meeting with respect to the individual motions. I mean, we have the time slated. January 4th is going to be a busy day, but I do sense that people are not quite ready to engage fully in the individual recommendations. So I leave that sort of to the will of council. My proposal would not, I think, exclude our continued discussion today of the specifics of the recommendations, but I sense that might be an all-day discussion and we won't get to the operational budget at all.
Yeah, well, we'll get your motion. We'll put your motion forward first, and then we'll open it up to council to see if anybody would like to make any further motions on the recommendation. So Mayor Ireland, can you quickly repeat your motion so everybody's in understanding? You're muted, so, but I think, go ahead.
Sorry, I think I can. A little engine that could. That committee recommend that council accept the paid parking pilot project report as information, and that committee recommend that council approve the continuation of paid parking for future years, subject to such amendments in scope and implementation as shall be confirmed by separate motions of council to be presented at the January 4th, 2022 regular council meeting.
I'll call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. Motion carries. Councillors, further to Mayor Ireland's motion, are there any recommendations that we would also like to put forward? I believe the exemption to residents gets fairly good support amongst all councillors, although there could be some more discussion in regards to what type of exemptions, but I think we could move forward with some motion in that regard. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I'm in favor of, exempting residents for up to 2 hours downtown. I'm not sure if I'm really sold on just having that open or just having credits. I think it might get a little bit more complicated if we're allowing credit time. So I would like to start off with 2 hours, but I'd also like to explore what a parking pass could look like for residents, for people that, need to go and park downtown. And I'm not talking about parking, on the street. So maybe accessing the parking lots if you have to go and park or use your vehicle during the day while you're at work. That could pose for some issues in the community. I'm not for everybody, but I think as far as like accommodating residents and still trying to capture some revenue from a day pass, I think would be a good idea. I'm not sure if other councillors would consider that in a motion, but I'm trying to formulate something in that direction.
Councillors, another easy one out there, I think, would be the adding physical payment kiosks. I think I'm not sure how many we need, but I think I think there's general consensus that some type of physical payment kiosk should be added. Is that a motion there, Councillor Demota?
Well, I thought of a question for administration on this and on the kiosk thing. Is there an opportunity to add more to our exploration of the Tourism Recovery Fund in paying for some of these kiosks to have more? Does that get included? Would that qualify? Could they be a qualifier in what the that criteria was?
Yeah, Councillor Demota, thanks for the question. So I don't have a good sense of that right now, but my initial reaction would be that it's intended, the program is intended to enhance tourism products and visitor experience. I'm not sure that this would necessarily, I might have a challenge trying to present this in a way that suggests that it's an enhancement rather than just a revenue generation tool, which I mean, I think we can all be frank that it is a revenue generation tool for the municipality. I think it would be challenging to position it in any other light.
I'm trying to make it better. That's all.
Mayor Ireland.
I am prepared to make a motion with respect to expanding the on-street paid parking area. And that motion would be that committee recommend that council approve the expansion of on-street paid parking area to the area shown in red on the map attached in the report, coupled with an expansion of permitted residential parking in adjacent areas. So the nature of that motion is that I agree that those areas ought to be subject to paid parking for the reasons presented. But if we expand the zone of paid parking, I think we have to expand the zone of permitted residential, and potentially, at least around the elementary school, consider whether it's residents who live on that street or something else. So Robson Street, for example. But I think if we expand the use of residential parking, coincidental with the expansion of paid parking, on-street paid parking, then that makes sense to me. So that is one specific recommendation that I can make right now, or one motion.
Councilors, would anybody like to speak to Mayor Ireland's motion? Mayor Ireland, you have frozen. Okay, I see Councillor Melnick will jump in there. Go ahead.
Certainly, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Certainly, expanding into those areas, that doesn't preclude us from also adding additional pickup area, 15-minute only pickup areas near the elementary school to expand that up, the concern of not having adequate parking for the school year, May, June, September, October. And certainly I think, adding another 2, 3, 4 stalls along that particular street might help to alleviate the challenge of that was identified by the elementary school of parents having difficulty picking up their kids.
Mm-hmm. Anything further, councillors, on Mayor Ireland's motion? Mayor Ireland, could you repeat it?
Oh, apparently my screen froze too. I thought you were all just so engaged in my speaking that you were riveted, but then I realized everybody was frozen. My motion was, I think, that committee recommend that council approve an extension of on-street paid parking to the areas shown in red on the map attached in the report, coincidental to an expansion of permitted residential parking in adjacent areas.
Thank you for that. I'll call the question. Councillors, all in favor? There are none opposed. That motion carries. Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Okay, councillors, any other items you see that we could move forward to administration? Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I would like to make a motion that committee recommends council approve increases in signage and adding payment kiosks.
Thank you for that. Councillors, would you like to speak to that motion? Well, then great. I'll call the question. All in favor? Great. There are none opposed. That motion carries. Thank you for that, Councillor Hall. Councillor Demota, you got one lined up for us?
Yes, sir. I'd like to move that committee recommend council approve the inclusion of off-street municipal lots in the central core shown in blue on the map provided in the agenda, today's agenda.
Great, thank you. Councilors, would you like to speak to that one? All right. Oh, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and thank you, Councillor Demota, for the motion. This is one that I struggle with, and I don't want to presume, but I think that it is here primarily to add to the revenue stream. But I have approached paid parking at least equally, perhaps predominantly, from an asset management perspective. And it seems to me that we went to on-street paid parking to encourage people to use off-street free parking, to reduce congestion and increase turnover on street in the downtown core. I do not follow the logic that this brings equity between high demand and lower demand places. Again, I used the argument a long time ago that you charge more for the seats at center ice than in the nosebleed section. And if we want to encourage people to go to our parking lots, we can't charge the same price as we charge for the premium stalls right in front of the business they want to visit. So I'm conflicted on this. I don't see the principal purpose of adding the parking lots when we're trying to deal with congestion on the street. I think we should encourage people to go to the parking lots. And in fact, I think when we talk about resident exemptions, it's sort of the same. The exemption you get as a resident is the parking lot free use that your tax dollars have already paid for. But if you want the premium stall right in front of the shop you want to visit, then like everybody else, I think you should pay for it. But we're not on that topic just yet. But to include off-street municipal lots, I'm not so sure. I would be inclined potentially to include those in the core of the business district. So that is the one just north of the old fire hall, potentially the one on Geeky across from the existing new fire hall as interior lots, and perhaps the one by the Tourism Jasper building on where Jasper the Bear sits. So those three interior lots potentially, but I think that we manage our asset better by incentivizing people to use parking lots and having them pay for using on-street parking.
Thank you for that, Marilyn. I know way in here before Demota, Councillor Demota follows, but I would suggest that it's not either pay or no pay. I think administration has suggested a tiered system. So, yes, the street parking right in front of that store, you're going to pay a premium, and then parking lots in the interior core of downtown, well, you can pay a reduced rate, but still paid. And then you go out to across the tracks to the RV parking. Well, that's free, and the parking at the activity center, well, that's free. So that's, I think we want to definitely spread out our parking and direct people to areas with lower traffic. And I am in support of including the parking lots. I think we can adjust the rate accordingly. But yeah, that's my 2 cents. We'll go to Councillor Demota.
Well, I agree with that, and I'm not sure if I'm closing here or not, but I just wanted to comment on Mayor Ireland's recommendations or thoughts, and I think that maybe we could, or you could, make a motion to instruct administration to come back with an altered fee and time structure. I just wanted to get this one going because I wanted to explore the municipal lots with having different time allotments and fee structures as well. Visiting Banff, I noticed that, where the downtown washrooms are, the public washrooms are, you're only allowed to park there for 30 minutes. And then the further out you go from there, the time expands. It is a little bit more complicated, but you know, the ones that are right by the washroom say 30 minutes only. So you go in and it's for, you know, people that may not necessarily need to pay, but use the facilities. We can explore things like that. So I think just expanding the lots right now, and then contemplating, you know, the fee structures and the time structure later, could be something that could be motioned forward. So mine is just to keep it simple, and if there is further debate on maybe recommendations on just having exploring expanding the parking areas as opposed to the ones in blue on the map, I could be swayed to a friendly amendment, but I'd like to stick to that for now.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. It may have been premature to close, but I know you weren't, but you suggested you might be. I just want to query councillors. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion by Councillor Demota? Councillor Waxer.
Thank you for your comments, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I feel that you spoke exactly what I would have said as well. I think that having a higher premium on street parking will and lower cost in the parking lots makes a lot of sense. And I think particularly we've all seen people looping around until they can get a spot. I think it may having a higher premium for costs on Patricia Street or Connaught may assist with that. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Before I call the question, anything further? I'll call Councillor Demota's question. All in favor? There are, okay, and then, so there's 3 in favor, against? 4 against. That motion is defeated. Thank you for that, councillors. Anything further at this point with regards to recommendations? Oh, okay. Councillor Demota.
Well, I would like to move that committee recommend council to approve residents from requirements to pay for parking for up to 2 hours at a time in the paid parking zones. Period.
Thank you. Councillors, would you like to speak to Councillor Demota's motion? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and I regret having to do this. It's a question I could have asked of administration earlier, but if you would allow it, my question is, will that in itself increase the demand on our municipal bylaw compliance officers to be checking to see whether residents are exceeding a 2-hour limit, as opposed to checking to see whether vehicles have otherwise simply paid for the privilege of parking on those streets?
Deputy Mayor Wilson for Mayor Ireland, I would have to consider that, but I think that the initial answer would be no. I think the circulation of enforcement, they go through, they will scan plates. They can identify through the app whether the plate has been paid or not, and whether it is resident or not. And so on a return circle, return patrol through that area during the regular shift, however much we've dedicated to paid parking enforcement, they would be able to scan the plate again. It would identify that it was resident or not. If it was resident, they would identify, whether it had been scanned during the previous loop, I guess. And so again, we really see the enforcement being somewhat detached If we're seeing low levels of compliance and low levels of unpaid plates, then we could choose in future years to increase our focus on enforcement to encourage more compliance. But I would say that in the first year, this would not necessarily increase our enforcement costs if we had an exemption for residents for up to 2 hours.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. If I could, through you, just for a point of clarification to Mr. Given, how is a resident pass determined? Is that one issued by the municipality, or is that a resident pass issued by the park, which we all enjoy and use to be able to come and go through the park?
Thanks for Councillor Melnick. Thanks for the question. It is one issued by the municipality, so they are essentially required to set up their license plate in the system, so it's acknowledged that it is a resident license plate, and the municipality takes those applications and through the pilot project really expanded the range of identification that we would allow residents to provide, because there are some people who are resident in Jasper who do not have the Parks Canada supplied resident pass. We found a number of odd situations, and so we were quite flexible in the proof of residency. We don't take it to quite the same extent that Parks does, but you could provide your Parks resident pass. You could provide a bill showing your name on it, or any other number of things. But the essence of it is that somebody does have to actively register as a resident, and until they do so, they would not be acknowledged as a resident in the system.
Thank you. Councillors, anything further to Councillor Demota's motion? Councillor Waxer, and then Councillor Hall.
Again, I still have some concerns with this concept, although I do acknowledge that residents are already paying through their taxes and that some residents have mobility concerns, but I feel like we're missing the opportunity to take a stance on climate change and discourage the use of residents using vehicles. So I have mixed feelings about it. I have to be honest.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I also too am a bit torn. What about adding a few more 15-minute drop zones downtown for the grocery store, the drugstore, the places where I think we've heard the most need from our community members, where they want to park and run in and run back out, the laundromat. I don't know if I support exempting residents. I feel like Mayor Island was saying earlier, these parking lots that are outside the downtown core could be free to residents. I just need to hear a few more points from you guys, because I'm just not really sure.
Thanks, Councillor Hall. Councillor Demota has a pen up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that the motion is up to 2 hours, so we can still have a debate on that when it comes to council for decision time. So there could be a lot of discussion around there. I kept it open just to keep it loose.
Yeah, appreciate that, Councillor Demota. So that would then entail still a discussion about okay, well, is it credits or up to? So that's a limit. Yet we could discuss further with regards to that topic and recommendation. Mayor, Mr. Given, sorry, I saw you had your hand up.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just wanted to comment on the 15-minute zones. There's been a little bit of discussion about that, and subject to confirmation, I would proceed with a little bit of caution about identifying specific zones that are 15-minute sort of free parking, because those don't necessarily go to residents. So we would still have the challenge of 15-minute free parking for residents and only 15-minute, so it sort of reduces the flexibility of our inventory by sort of defining that this specific spot is for a specific purpose. Again, anything can be done, and council will give administration direction on what you wish to see us implement. But just I think to acknowledge that once we start to create specialized stalls, it increases the complexity a small portion and may have an impact on the inventory that's available for all types of parkers. So I think if the goal is to provide residents some amount of ability to access, I don't think you need to create a stall for that. I think you need to provide the right amount of parking credits or free parking to residents, rather than creating a dedicated space for that purpose. Would just be my advice on that.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Potentially just a suggestion to Councillor Demota by way of friendly amendment. Having previously expanded, or at least made a recommendation from committee to council to expand on-street paid parking, I would think that perhaps Councillor Demota's motion should just stop at 2 hours at a time in paid parking zones. Restricting it to Connaught and Patricia leaves out the additional paid parking on Geeky and the stuff that's already there on Hazel and Pyramid Lake Road. So if Councillor,
for clarification, I did stop it at paid parking zones. I did not. If I did say Connaught and Patricia, I did not mean to include those. So I tried to keep it.
Yeah, and I hope Councillor Demota's motion is open-ended enough and I don't. Should the wording be in there, Councillor Demota, that we'll continue to have the conversation of what exemption does look like, because I know there's a few different ideas in that regard, but I wouldn't want to see this fail because of it. I think I think for the most part consensus is that there should be some type of exemption. We just haven't nailed that completely down yet, and I would hope that Councillor Demota's is open enough. We'll go Mr. Given and then Councillor Hall.
Yeah, I think Councillor Demota's motion is open enough to provide flexibility. There would be one thing that I would bring to the table for council to consider, before they make final decision on this, and it is actually specific to the point around Connaught and Patricia. We do have residential properties that front onto Geeky. And so there are areas where you would have a resident parking in those zones because they live there and they may need an exemption for longer than 2 hours. So that's why that intent was there. The commercial zones are generally Patricia and Connaught. I appreciate that they're the side streets like Pyramid Lake Road that have parking as well that we might need to consider. But there was a method to that. Maybe the better way to say that would be except in the area on Geeky Street, because there are greater resident uses on Geeky than there are on Connaught and Patricia. So there was a distinction there, but it might have been better stated the other way around by identifying the street where they may have greater than, there's just that little bit of a wrinkle that we'll need to consider. And if council is comfortable with this recommendation allows us to bring suggestion to you that accounts for that, and we're all on the same page, then administration is comfortable. I just wanted to raise that point that Geeky Street is slightly different in terms of resident use.
Councillor Hall and then Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. My question is, this recommendation to exempt residents, does it come from, I'm assuming it came from a overwhelming outcry of dissatisfaction from our residents? What does a place like Banff do? I apologize for not looking into that. I suppose I could have. I just wonder what other municipalities do.
Yeah, Councillor Hall, I think that Banff provides a very broad exemption for residents, as in, residents don't pay for parking. But I do have in front of me, because there was some discussion during the meeting about Whistler, and so I was just having a look at the Whistler system, and there is no exemption for residents that I can see. I think that there is a requirement for residents to pay for parking in Whistler. They have a bit of a complex system that sees that, their priority lots off-street lots are paid parking all year. Their lower priority off-street lots are, and there's only 2 of them, have no requirement to pay during their sort of lower demand season. But I don't see anything that says that in Whistler that residents are exempted from paying. But in Banff, another mountain community that is focused on tourism, they have an approach that residents are exempted from paying. So I think that really is up to the individual council's level of comfort.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer.
I wondered if Councillor Demota could repeat his, so that I have more clarity.
Councillor Demota.
I'm just reformulating this to make it easier for council to move forward on. How does this sound? That committee recommend that council consider some exemptions for residents on the requirement to pay for parking in paid parking zones, period. Because that includes, just not on Geeky Street, because there are other residents. There may be other residents on that in other streets, and we can contemplate on what type of exemptions, 15 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and that just leaves it open for us to contemplate over the holidays. Is that loose enough? Or is that too loose?
Councillor Waxer, you're muted.
I think it's okay. Would that leave it open to potentially having like a credit for every, as opposed to open-ended? Okay, I'm comfortable with that.
Thank you for the adjustment of the motion, Councillor Demota. Shall we rescind the prior motion because the wording is quite different, or
it's a friendly amendment?
Friendly amendment on your own motion.
Yeah, exactly. So re-amended.
Is everybody clear? Comfortable and clear with?
Sorry,
I was going to ask: is everybody comfortable and clear with Councillor Demota's motion? Councillor.
If Deputy Mayor Wilson, if Councillor Demota could read that motion, it would, I think, help all of us for clarity.
The committee recommend that council consider some exemptions for residents from the requirement to pay for parking in paid parking zones.
Thank you. May I call the question? All in favor? No, there are none opposed. That motion carries. Thank you. Okay, councillors. Yeah, this has been some productive progress here. Any other recommendations from councillors that would like to put forward at this point? Hours of operation. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I would like to make a motion that committee recommend to council that paid parking should continue starting on May 1st in 2022 and ending on October 31st, 2022, with the opportunity to revisit it in future years.
Thank you for that, Councillor Melnick. Councillors, would you like to speak to that motion? Councillor Kalerappi and then Councillor Hall.
I would support that motion. I think going forward, I think, it was a pilot project. I like the idea that we go from May 1st to October 31st again for 2022, and then re-look at it for 2023. And depending on what exemptions we give to our residents. I will be interested to get feedback from our community and our businesses regarding the project going forward in 2022. And then if there's interest in the community for us to extend it, or we see that this would be worthwhile. But I think to implement a winter program coming up right away, I think would be disastrous. That's just my personal opinion.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, Councillor? Oh, Councillor Hall, you're up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. My question is, if we operate this for 6 months, how much revenue will that affect coming in? I guess that would be for Mr. Given.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hall, through Deputy Mayor Wilson. I would have to go through with Ms. Malnichuk and the parking provider to see what impact that would have on our forecasts. I think the two significant items would, really, if we think about this as inventory, the removal of off-street lots from our inventory is one significant change to the potential revenue of the program. The other one would be the reduction of the year-round. Year-round, obviously, there are off-peak times where we probably weren't forecasting a significant increase in revenue, and so that's probably not a significant loss. I think the off-street lots in peak times is another item that administration will have to consider and do some math on to really see what we would forecast in terms of revenue. I don't think either one of those are deal breakers. It's possible that the two in combination could start to make things a little bit tight. But in any case, that's something that administration can take offline and assess and have additional comment for council in January.
Okay. So Councillor Melnick, would you please just repeat your motion before we vote on it?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I move that the committee recommend to council that the paid parking should, in 2022, should run from May 1st and conclude on October 31st, with the opportunity to review it at that time for future years.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I appreciate you repeating it. Councillors, all in favor? That there are none opposed. That motion carries. Councillors, I'd just like to ask the question. Mayor Ireland's motion was about all of the parking lots. So, Mayor Ireland, is it your intent that none of the parking lots in the downtown core are to be paid?
That was not my motion. That was Councillor Demota's motion. I spoke to it, but it was not my motion.
Yes. Okay. So that's looking for clarity on. Sorry, I'm gonna bug there. Sorry, Councillor Demota.
Well, just because something was defeated today doesn't mean it can't be brought up at a regular council meeting. So, if someone feels like, over the holidays and the contemplation time we have, that we could reconsider that. I did make that motion specific to the blue zones in the map provided. So that still, doesn't exclude all parking lots. But I do have something formed here. And I wasn't sure, I didn't want to overstep Mayor Ireland's direction on, we talked about some fee structures, and I'm willing to put something forward if I'm not stepping on anyone else's toes here. So I'm not going to move this just yet, but what I'm proposing, or what I'm thinking of doing, is saying something like, committee direct administration to return to council with an expanded fee and time limit structure for on-street and municipal parking lots in paid parking areas.
Sorry, once again?
Sorry, I got a lot of scribbles here. That committee direct administration to return to council with an expanded fee and time limit structure for on-street and municipal parking lots, paid parking areas. Does that make sense?
I think so. I would support this motion, if I may, because I wouldn't want to see the conversation end here. I would definitely like to see the conversation evolve with regards to the highest usage stalls, the medium usage parking lots, and then the really low end usage parking lots. And I think we owe it to ourselves to have that conversation. So I would support that motion. Councillors? Mayor Ireland?
A question really for administration. So through you, Deputy Wilson, to Mr. Given. Is there sufficient clarity in that motion to give you, Mr. Given, the direction you need? And if so, what is the expected turnaround time on that? And particularly given that we're entering the holiday season and we're looking at making decisions January 4th, is it realistic at all to expect that administration could have anything available in that short of time frame, given the time of year? I'm quite sensitive to capacity issues generally, but particularly so right now. And so while I understand the intent of the motion, it's a difficult time to burden staff with something like this, it seems to me.
Sure. Thanks, Mayor Ireland. Certainly appreciate the consideration. And I'll say, given the importance of this in our operating budget, administration will come forward with some high-level recommendations, or at least an observation. It would be more of an academic sort of math exercise to say, okay, based on the parameters that council has set at an initial stage, what would rates have to be in order to meet the revenue target? So that's a part of the equation. If council is saying, okay, we have expanded the area to these new on-street areas, we are considering what off-street lots may or may not be in. Administration can take those, now that we have some variables decided, including the length of time for around, year-round use or not, we can start to take those variables that have been decided, do some math, and recommend to council what rates would need to look like, and maybe some additional, some alternate approaches. Again, I would expect it to be at a high level, and also expect and acknowledge that council can choose to change that at any time. And again, that's where that flexibility of the digital first system is very helpful to us. So I don't have a concern about administration providing something to council, as long as council appreciates that it will be at a fairly high level. But council setting these variables is really the assistance that administration needs to make that a fairly easy academic exercise.
I have a question for Mr. Given, if I may, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Okay. Would it be better for administration if something was like council recommend or committee recommend that council direct administration to return to committee? So that gives you a little bit more time, and then we can decide on either way. It doesn't matter.
No, Councillor, thanks, Councillor Demona, and I do appreciate both yourself and Mayor Ireland showing some consideration for administration. But actually, that committee recommend council, then I won't know if I should start that work until the new year, which is a challenge for our operating budget, right?
Well,
so I would just prefer that we know now what parameters council is considering. We can plug those into a model and say, okay, based on these parameters and this forecast need for revenue, here's what the rate should be, and here's what it could look like across different lots. And maybe here's, alternative one, alternative two. That I don't think that that's particularly laborious. And I would prefer to know it now than to know it early in the new year, when hopefully we'll have, my ultimate goal, I think, to serve the organization and serve council, is have an operating budget approved so that the organization can start operating early in the new year, rather than leaving uncertainty in the operating budget to be decided later on.
Thank you. Councillors? Councillor Demona?
Okay, I have a proper motion here then. I cleaned it up a little bit. If no one else wants to comment or. Okay, the committee direct administration to return to council with an expanded fee and time limit structure for on-street and municipal parking lots. Would you like me to repeat it again?
Yeah, councillors, you happy with that? Mayor Ireland?
I just find that it is a bit contradictory to direct administration to come up with a fee schedule for parking lots when I thought we just, by majority, decided not to include parking lots. What
No,
what
I remember
what message are we giving?
I clarified the right, but I made it specific to the parking lots in blue on the map. So there might be one or two that we might want to consider. So if this gets defeated today, then I'll probably still bring it up again in a few weeks' time. So it's okay. Like, I mean, I'm just trying to expand, because we have to consider all our potentials for revenue here. And I think by excluding, parking lots, which seem to be quite effective in other communities. I was just in Banff, and I had to go and pay for parking, on a slow Tuesday evening or afternoon, and it didn't bother me. The parking lots were there, and I'm in this prestigious resort area, not as prestigious as Jasper, of course, but it's just, to me, it was just it worked. And they don't have parking downtown, but I mean, there was still high demand for certain parking lots, and I thought it worked. So I don't think we should disclude that completely, especially when we're looking for alternate sources of revenue. That's just my idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, anything further before I call Councillor Demota's question or the motion? Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just wonder if we're already expanding on the streets. Can we just wait on this one until this portion of the 2022 is complete? We're already expanding it a bit. We're already going to be considering exempting residents. I do agree with Mayor Ireland. I think the idea is to push people out of the downtown core and give them options away from prime seating, essentially.
Councillor Demota, Councillor Gallant-MP, we'll go. I saw you, Councillor Demota, first.
Well, I just wanted to say, I appreciate that, but the proposal that's included here has some revenues attached to it for the operations budget today. So, that could change things if we completely block out parking lots completely. So having all that together, I think, is important for today. And then whether we decide to axe it in a few weeks' time, that's when we can do it. I think it's just good to explore the opportunity and then see what kind of revenues we can still maintain, because we have just shrunk the recommendation down to 6 months as opposed to year round. So that's going to have implications in itself.
I completely agree that we are slowly quickly whittling away our any potential revenues. So what
your dog agrees too.
What's that?
Okay. I said, and your dog agrees with you.
Yeah, it's going to get loud in here. So I'd like to call. Oh no, Councillor Gallant-MP, you were to speak. Sorry.
I also agree with Mayor Ireland. I think that we need to allow some of the parking lots within downtown to be open. I also agree that could we just not start with one parking lot use the parking lot, the big parking lot over where the bathrooms are. Make that parking this year from May 1 to be paid till till October 31st, and leave all the other parking lots open. It would be a start. We could see how it goes. And then if the other parking lots are open, they're open near the post office, they're open near the banks, so that residents can park there if that's how we choose to allow that to go. I think it would be great to start with a parking lot, but I don't think we should take in all the parking lots.
Yeah, Councillor Demota's motion does not, suggest that we do all parking lots. It is just suggesting that the conversation keeps moving. We look at parking lots and say, and as well, administration come back and say, well, these two I think will be the best, or this one, or but it does just keep the conversation going, and I do support Councillor Demota's motion. So without anything further, may I call the question? All in favor of Councillor Demota's motion? There are none opposed. That motion carries. So, councillors, it is 12:10. In my household, it's pretty loud. Children have gotten home, so it's going to be difficult for me to chair the meeting currently. So I would like to propose a half an hour lunch break. I know we didn't fully get through this topic. I just want to give councillors a few more, well, half an hour to contemplate any further motions on this. And we'll return briefly to this topic and then move on to item 7.2, the operations budget. Is that acceptable to everybody? Thank you, councillors. We'll see you at 12:45.
We go.
Long enough? All right, well, I'll call to order the call back to order the meeting, the committee of the whole meeting at 12:45, and sure everybody else will jump on here pretty quickly. Councillors, thoughts over the break? Anything further to add, or shall we wrap this one up? Wrap this one up for today and move on to item 7.2. I'm missing a cut. Well, who are we missing?
The mayor, I think.
Yeah, we'll just wait and then I don't see Mr. Given there yet, but yeah, we'll just hang out. Or sorry, guys, we'll just wait a minute or two before going again.
Did we address the hours of operation?
I don't think we have as of yet, and I think that might be a consensus one. I would suspect it, but I think we should maybe push that one forward. But what are you thinking, Councillor Waxer?
Yeah, I was thinking that was one that we had not yet discussed, and I am happy to accept administration's suggestions on that.
Okay, well, let me just wait, see if Marilyn tunes back in, and then I'll circle back. And if you would be willing to put a motion forward for us, that would be excellent.
I'm
Yeah, I guess
still,
time limit structure would just mean for allotted parking time, right? Like in my last motion. So I thought it might have included that, but it doesn't.
Well, hours of operation. Sorry, Councillor Demote, you suggest that in your last motion, you think that you would have
I thought
included
it might
hours
have
of operation?
encapsulated it. I thought it might have encapsulated it, but it doesn't really. It
Okay.
just says expanded fee and time limit structure for on-street and municipal parking lots.
Right,
So-
but not operation hours, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I thought if we could leave that till we discuss whether we're going to bring parking lots in as part of paid parking. Because if we're going to include all the parking lots, then it's going to affect some of the hotels and, you know what I mean? How do we work that out? And I thought that overall, talk about it then.
Well, yeah, it could be a recommendation that we have that conversation, but we do include the opportunity to adjust hours of operation. So I think we might want to put a motion forward, although we don't have to nail it down to the actual hours. Yeah. Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I will take this opportunity to say that I am in favor of the hours as proposed in the recommendation from administration. I think we did leave some money on the table by cutting the hours at 5 o'clock, since a lot of the downtown core people are back and they're going to restaurants and they're doing their shopping. And I think that's a good opportunity to continue to capture revenue, and probably would be a fairly productive number of hours by adding those extra 4 hours.
Yeah, I would fully agree with you. Administration, we have Richard Ireland labeled as an attendee on the one side. I don't think he's been upgraded for as a panelist, so I think he's in the waiting room.
Thanks for that, Deputy Mayor Wilson. We have been inviting him, and he just needs to accept the invitation or the elevation to being a panelist. So, Mayor Ireland, if you can hear this, you do actively need to accept an invitation, and should show up on screen saying that you've been promoted. I'm not sure that we've ever been in a position of promoting the mayor before, but that's what we need to do to get him on. And administration is telling me that they have sent that invitation, and he needs to be able to accept it.
All right, well, we didn't wait too long for Councillor Demota, so we won't wait too long for Mayor Ireland. I think we'll move on. No, but if we can at least get another motion on the table, if there is, if that is desired, we could circle back to Councillor Waxer if she's interested in putting something forward.
Sure, I would move that we accept the adjusted hours of operation for paid parking as recommended by administration.
Thank you for that, councillors. Would you like to speak to that motion? Well, then I'll call the question. All in favor? We got none opposed. Richard, Mayor Ireland, you're coming in on the back end of a motion. We did just vote. The motion on the table was presented by Councillor Waxer, and it was accepting administration's, that we recommend to council that we accept administration's recommendation to adjusting hours of operation, and it was, there were none opposed. So I hope you're okay with us moving forward on that. Councillor Demota.
Through you to Mr. Given, with that, I'm under the assumption then that the parking permitted areas on that aren't part of the paid parking structure are included in that as well. I can't remember now if the last summer's structure had a time limit on it for parking permits in the streets. However, like I said, from my experience before being in those hot zones, if you don't grab your parking spot or a spot in front of your house before 6 o'clock, then you're pretty much in trouble until 9 at least anyway.
Yeah, yes, they would be. We will be doing ongoing revisions and adjustments. We do have some time to figure out exactly how we would implement it, given the later in the year start. That's the current direction. And so we'll assess that, but we'll ensure that the concerns of residents are first and foremost, and that people have as much availability of on-street parking adjacent to their homes as can reasonably be expected. And I say as can reasonably be expected because visitors are not the only ones who clog up our streets with cars and parking. So do residents. And you may have your neighbor park in front of your house. And that is an ongoing and continuous challenge, I think, for our team and for residents. And so that's why I'm being a bit equivocal in my answer, Councillor Demota, but we appreciate the concern and the need to ensure that visitors aren't providing a significant burden or impacting residents' ability to park in front of their homes. And we will work on that.
Yeah, I specifically left visitor out.
Okay, thank you for that. So, councillors, if there's nothing further, or if there's no more further motions that are coming up right away, I would say that we've tackled this topic pretty well. It's not saying that we can't push any more of these items forward on the January 4th meeting, but I think we've given administration some pretty clear direction, and I just would like to ask Mr. Given how you feel about how the motions have gone, and do you have enough direction moving forward?
I will answer the second part of that question first. We have enough direction going forward. I think the first one, you're asking me to give an opinion about council's motions, and I don't have any opinion other than we're happy to act on all the ones that were given today. We'll provide some analysis and recommendations, on what rates will need to be, if there's any change, what that would look like and what the revenue forecast could look like. And again, we'll do that from that academic level of saying, okay, based on these hours of operation, this number of on-street stalls, and these months of operation, here's what we would forecast revenue to be, and we can give that to council in January. I don't have any concern about that.
Thank you for that, councillors. Thank you for your input, Councillor Demota.
Just one comment that I wanted to address that Mr. Given made earlier, and it was maybe foregoing the actual stall assignments in the commercial core on the street. I find them to be quite useful if they're consistent. Maybe they don't need to be like the full lines. I noticed in other areas, and I'm again not micromanaging, but there are that have just the little corners. I noticed in Squamish they've got the little ticks in there, and that still helps out, with traffic there. Less paint, and I'm not sure if it provides for more work, but nonetheless, it's an alternate method. Thank you.
Okay, councillors. We've exhausted this for the day, so we're going to move forward to item 7.2, operating budget 2022 to 2026, and we'll hand this one over to Mr. Given.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. As council will know, on November 22nd and 23rd, administration first presented the 2022 to 2026 operating and capital budgets to council. At the November 30th Committee of the Whole meeting, committee reviewed the proposed capital budget and directed some amendments. And then finally, that capital budget with those amendments as proposed was approved by council on December 7th. Now in front of you is the operating budget. You have seen this before and seen all the documentations. It is here for discussion and potential amendments with the administration's hope that committee would find themselves in a position to be able to recommend something forward to council for ultimate consideration of approval on January 4th. The 2022 operating budget is, of course, impacted by a number of external factors as well as localized factors. The external factors that apply not just to the municipality of Jasper, but also households, and businesses are specifically around inflation. Higher labor costs, increased shipping costs, and a number of other factors are leading to an overall higher rate of inflation forecast in 2022 before expectation that it would resume more normal levels in 2023 and beyond. Specific to the municipality, we are also seeing increased policing costs as a result of the new Alberta police costing framework, where the provincial government is collecting from municipalities that didn't formally pay for policing. That is intended to be phased in over a 5-year period. And so Jasper is seeing an increasing cost of policing as a result of that phasing in period, where we will be paying more each year. And we're also seeing in 2022 the resumption of regular land rent payments. The federal government had provided rent relief as a part of their COVID economic response. And that rent relief didn't just apply to private businesses that most people would be familiar with. It also applied to the land rent the municipality of Jasper pays to the federal government. There were some unexpected savings, which allowed us to carry over some money to subsidize or reduce the impact of land rent in 2021. But in 2022, land rent will be once again returned to its full CPI annually adjusted amount. And we don't have any additional money socked away to be able to cover that resumption of regular full land rent payments. We're also seeing some other localized cost impacts on our base costs. These include our negotiated agreement with our labor union that will see a general wage increase of, I believe, about 1.25%. And we also see increased debt servicing that needs to be accounted for to support major projects, specifically including the Connaught Utilities installation, which sets the ground for new housing in the future of the community, as well as wastewater capital renewal needs. The water meter replacement that was directed by council is now reflected in the operating budget on the utility side, and the major renovation of the activity center, as we discussed in quite a bit of detail in the capital budgets. All of these things are base costs that need to be accounted for. And broadly speaking, the 2022 operating budget proposes a return to typical municipal operations. It is inclusive of new non-tax revenue from paid parking from visitors, as again, just discussed. It also lays out significant investments in existing facilities, largely funded by grants. As I mentioned on the activity center renovation project in the context of the capital budget, the vast majority of the revenue for that is provided through the federal and provincial grants. But there is an operating impact for the debt portion, which is reflective of the municipal contribution to that project. So even though we're not the major funders of the renovation project, there is an operating impact, which will be the ongoing debt cost. Budget 2022 also proposes a strategic phase-in of funding to improve water and wastewater systems in the utility side, and a costless reduction in the use of the COVID recovery reserve. Council and the community will remember that in the 2021 budget, as reflective of the economic conditions, Council approved providing $1 million as a one-time tax credit that reduced the overall need for municipal tax requisition. That meant that users really didn't bear the full brunt of the cost of municipal services in 2021. This is again, this approach is being again deployed in budget 2022, but to a reduced amount. Council will know that there is $500,000 reflected in the 2022 budget that is presented in front of you, that is funded by the COVID Recovery Reserve. Administration is recommending that support from the reserve be tapered off through 2022 and 2023, so that we can ensure that a easy transition or a relatively smooth transition for property taxpayers as economic conditions return to something more like normal over the next couple of years. Specifically, the budget only proposes 2 new positions. The first is a municipal energy manager position, which is shared with the town of Hinton. The second is a policy review coordinator position that really is subject to and contingent upon receiving a grant from the government of Alberta. And well, Budget 2022 is largely influenced by the previous council strategic plan. The new council has a significant opportunity for input on the 2023 to 2027 budgets as you go away to do strategic planning in early in the new year, which will really set the foundation for priority-based budgeting looking forward. After the amendments approved by council in the capital budget, administration can report that council's actions reduced the net tax envelope requirement by 3.5%, down to $9,122,304 on a total operating expense of $31,272,360 and revenues of $22,150,056. So overall, the net tax envelope after the decrease as a result of council's actions in the capital budget stands at a 12.9% higher than 2021. With that, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I think that's the overview. Council and the community had access to the detailed service profiles, which reflect the budget. And in the report, you'll see the overall net tax envelope as contrasted with 2021. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions. Administration's recommendation is that council approve the 2022 to 2026 operating budget as presented. And again, the basis for that recommendation is the council already did significant reduction in the net tax envelope increase as a result of the capital budget discussions last week. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you. Much appreciated, Mr. Given. Thanks for the rundown. And at this point, I'll open it up to councillors for any discussion on what we have in front of us. I thought there were going to be way more questions. Anyway, councillors. Well, then I'll entertain a motion. No, Councillor Keller-MP.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Mr. Given. With our discussions on this morning on paid parking and not knowing where the revenues are, could this increase our net tax envelope come January?
Thanks very much for the question, Councillor Keller-MP. I think there are two different approaches to that. First, I want to say that administration needs to actually assess the scope that has been provided by council and do the math. And if we found that we were not confident that it could deliver the revenue that is forecast in the operating budget, then we would have two alternatives. I mean, first off, we would identify that to council so that you're aware, and council could either choose to increase the net tax envelope, or we could potentially make some of that up by a change in the rate of paid parking. So there are, it's not, the answer is not necessarily, and I hate to be, equivocal like that, but there are alternatives that are available to council. And if council decided that it would, if council decided that an increase in the hourly rate of paid parking was more preferable than an increase in the net tax envelope, that's an option that's available to you. And we can present that in January.
Thank you, Mr. Given.
Thank you. Councillors? Councillor Demota.
Yeah, thank you. I had a question that was forwarded to me that I had a little struggle answering. And if you could just, sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Mr. Given. The difference in the amounts when it comes to the net tax envelope, showing, for an example, the 80/80 in 2021 and then the 9.1 million, compared to the amounts that are indicated in the budget summary in administration there, where we have the taxation graph table, sorry.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson, for Councillor Demota. I believe Ms. Melnichuk is on, and she can speak to the specifics of that. I think it's largely reflective of the policing and some of the reflection of the provincial policing costs. But Ms. Melnichuk, if you are there, I believe she was previously.
Well, I think what I was referring to is that in 2021, within the two different tables, there's a $700,000 difference in the net surplus deficit, and then another 200,000 in 2022. That's all.
Deputy Wilson, through to Demota, I'm still not entirely sure what you're alluding to, if you might be able to clarify. Thank you.
Okay, so on, I don't know what page it would be on yours, but on page 1, just after the cover, which would be 26 of the agenda package, we've got the net tax envelope by department there. And so in the final numbers at the very bottom, we have just over 8 million in 2021, and then just over 9 million in 2022. So when we scroll down to page, to the first table, the next table under administration, finance and administration, taxation, we've got a different table there with the budget summary, and the numbers for 21 and 22 are slightly different. So I just wanted to know the difference between those two.
Right, Councillor Wilson, Deputy Wilson, through to Councillor Demota. There are other line items included in the taxation portion that you're seeing within the administration when it's broken down by sub-department. So you don't see exactly the same numbers because there's within the taxation, for example, you would also see franchise fees in the revenue.
Okay.
So that's and then you also would include that there's a transfer to the restricted, which is part and parcel of that number. Actually, I put it into that one, but it's the franchise fees mainly that throw that equation off when you're looking at that table compared to the net tax.
Okay, that's good. It's a little muddy, but I understand what's going on there. So thank you.
Okay, councillors. Anything further? Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Dee. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have a question for council. What are your thoughts on covering the $13,000 loss at the daycare so it continues to help our families?
So what's your question or a suggestion?
A suggestion. I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through Mr. Given to Ms. Daniels, I think for clarification, what Councillor Hall is suggesting is the $13,000 loss where I understood that we were going to raise our fees, but we're also going to be getting additional grants to cover it. So Ms. Daniels, does that mean a net higher cost to the user at this point with the change in the programs?
So just to clarify, Councillor Melnick, the $13,000 would be a loss in revenue. So we are proposing to increase the overall user fees to cover that loss. Then the operating grant we receive from the province would be on top of that. And so the fees that parents would pay monthly would be lower. But we'd be receiving no added benefit because of that, like no extra revenue. So it'd be kind of a replacement. We're increasing the fees to cover that $13,000. Then what was the second part of your question?
Just for clarification, so to the end user, there's no net increase.
Correct.
And in fact, Councillor Melnick, there is a net decrease for middle income users, as reflected during the discussion. The lower income users will not see any substantial reduction. They will see a modest or minor reduction for those that are on the greatest subsidy, but it is not as significant as it would be for other users that were paying the full rate. But to be clear, in the childcare area, our expenses continue the same. We're essentially substituting one form of revenue for another, and the 13,000 of grant is disappearing, and we are increasing rates to capture that. And we know that parents will still see an overall net reduction because of this new provincial federal dollars that are coming into the system.
Thank you. It's confusing when we see the 13,000 lost, but in fact, with the grants and the change in the program, the end user is not affected negatively, is what I'm hearing.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Demota. Oh, sorry, did I catch you off, Councillor Melnick? Okay, Councillor.
Well, again, a two-part question. I just wanted to know where administration was with the study that last year's budget committed dollars to for early learning and or childcare in general, because I think that might impact decisions. Because for me, I would like to see if there's the opportunity to explore weekend coverage here, and that would change things a little bit. But if we had a little bit more information, then that might help us come January.
I'll speak to sort of the broad impact on the budget, and Lisa, maybe you can give council a bit of an update about the status of the childcare strategy. So the 2022 budget, as proposed, is largely reflective of continued service at our current standards. There is not a proposal for increased service. With the changing federal provincial landscape, if there are additional dollars, which I think might have been a consideration for increasing availability rather than just reducing costs, then administration would respond to that. The intent of the community childcare strategy would be to identify the range of needs, the demand for different times, and the other potential providers that might be available. I think administration recognizes that we are not the only potential provider of childcare within the municipality, and that in fact, all users could benefit if there was a greater diversity of options available to them. But at this stage, the 2022 budget is not reflective of any substantive change to hours of operation or days of operation within the municipal childcare program. Ms. Daniel, maybe you want to speak to just what the status is of that. I know that you've been working with some folks from the U of A.
Yeah, so we had connected with someone from the U of A and someone from the Matart Foundation. The Matart just put out Alberta's roadmap to childcare. So once they were finished with that project, we were going to get in touch again. They also wanted to touch base after strategic planning, because that might have some impact on what we are going to ask of the consultants. So we have been in touch with the consultants, but we haven't started the project yet.
If I may finish up, Deputy Mayor Wilson, to further that, within the budget itself, anything going to reserves that we could potentially use in case we wanted to expand service partway through the 2022 cycle.
So Ms. Malinchuk can provide additional detail on this. There are no substantial amounts dedicated to operational reserves that would be ideal, ideal for that. If there was significant recommendation coming forward out of the community child care strategy, well, first off, administration will bring any recommendations to council, and council ultimately would receive the strategy and see its recommendations. And then council would have the option to decide whether they wanted to direct administration to work on or implement any recommendations from the strategy in the 2022 year, or if they wanted to refer any changes to future years. I'll say also that I think we shouldn't prejudge what the recommendations might be. The recommendations may be that the municipality assist others in supporting and creating new childcare spaces and alternatives in the community. We certainly aren't in a position to do that right now. From an administrative perspective, all options are on the table, and we would bring forward the final report and recommendations to council in a public forum, so council could see that and decide what the best role for the municipality might be, given the overall context that's shown in that final report.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Waxer.
As I said this morning, I'd like to just express gratitude for the fact that we have relief for the middle income families in the childcare field. But I am very concerned about the fact that the needle hasn't changed at all, really, for the low income families. And I don't have a recommendation at this moment of exactly how we could do it, but I can't help but wonder if we should be subsidizing some of the low income families. From experience, I know that many of these families are looking at incomes of 40,000 or less, and yet the threshold goes up to 120,000. So I do really worry about people who are in that low income level and their ongoing ability to continue to pay the same rate that they've been paying all along.
Thank you. Councillors? Councillor Demona.
You know what? I think I've made comments on this before. When you look at the CFS departmental budget overall, the investment that the community has, not only for direct benefit, but the social benefits that people get from their contribution, really provides for an overall greater community health. And the $155,000, $156,000 that's in the budget itself, I think is when you wash that out with the overall CFS budget, I think that I understand that per child for the parents it is quite expensive, but enhancing the availability, I'd like to explore that and break down maybe that $156,000 into how many days a year we're open, and then see how much more it would be, even if if we extended that service 2 extra days a week. I understand that it requires more staff, and more staff, there's more benefits and accreditation, all that stuff, and union, causes that to expand quite quickly. But down the road, I think it's worthwhile exploring, because the overall expense, if you're looking at it through a lens and expanding that lens, I think it's worth the conversation.
Councillor Keller-Eby.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I have two questions. My first question I'd like to direct to Councillor Hall and Councillor Waxer. Do you see the $13,600 being directed to the low-income families to give them relief?
Go ahead, please. Councillor Watson.
Yes, I think I would like to see us direct that money to the low income families, and that if we increase the net tax envelope by the 13,000, and that have that revenue directed to the low income childcare users. That's precisely what I would wish for.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I also would like to see that. I understand that it's a $13,000 reduction in revenue, although it is covered by this new grant, but it still is a loss. And I think if we were in a different province or somewhere else, our families wouldn't see that loss. I know that we live where we live, and I'm super happy that our provincial government has finally signed on to this. And I know it's going to be a few years before things are sorted out, but whatever we can do to help our low income families is fantastic. $40,000 a year is not a lot of money when you break it down per month. Rent here is expensive. $600 a month for a family with a child is a lot of money for childcare. Enough to almost have that family be forced to work opposite shifts or not even work at all, and then we don't have enough workers in our workforce. I do agree. I think that would be a wonderful place to see that money go.
Now, my second question is to you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, and it's to you, Mayor Ireland, and Councillor Demota, and Mr. Given. Last April, if I remember this correctly, we cut the childcare budget by, I think, $40-something thousand to put into reserves for this particular reason, that we had asked the administration to come back and said that lower income families needed our help, that we would use that money. Could we not take $13,600 out of that reserve that we put away in 2021 to assist us?
So a couple of things about that, Councillor Keller-Ampe. First, administration came back to council with a report and recommendation that the amount of money, and it was a greater amount than $13,000, but the amount of money, because it was a one-time intention, and it wouldn't provide a really substantial net benefit to anyone, that the best investment of any of that money that council's directed out of the operating budget was to invest in development of the community childcare strategy. So we're using that money. Second, the other complication last year with that motion was that there was a reduction in the childcare expense, but no increase in revenue to the municipality. So, if in 2022, if council wishes to lower childcare costs for end users, then that revenue needs to come from somewhere. And if really what council is considering is substituting, so we have lost a provincial grant that we used to count on, then council could say, in essence, what you're talking about is increasing the net tax envelope by an equivalent amount to make up for the loss of provincial grants, and directing administration to apply that increase in the net tax envelope specifically to reducing fees for low-income childcare families. We can say that would be a bit of a challenge because some families are on a sliding scale, particularly low-income families are on a sliding scale. At first blush, one approach at least would be to use that additional net tax subsidy to lower the cost for all users. which would mean that the low-income families would see the full benefit of this new provincial federal support. Administration would have to identify the most effective way to target the subsidy if council wished it to be specifically for low-income families. Because as Ms. Daniel said during the childcare report, there is a real mixture there that depends on how many hours people use childcare, how many children they have in childcare, and a number of other factors, including the family's household income from month to month. So it is quite variable. But I think that the essence of what I understand the discussion to be is, should the municipality of Jasper, and this is the open question that I think is on the table, should the municipality of Jasper make up in additional tax revenue for the loss of a provincial grant? I think that that's the essential question there. That's up for council to decide. Administration can do whatever council directs, but I would say that really our expenses have not changed. And so if council says, well, no, it would be great for parents to get the full benefit of this new money that's come into the system, then we need to make up for the loss of the money out of the system. And the only option for the makeup of the money is the increase in rates, as administration showed, or an increase in the net tax envelope.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Mount.
Seeing as we're approaching 4 hours from the start of our meeting, I would like to make a motion that the meeting of Committee of the Whole meeting of December 14th be extended beyond the 4 hours as required.
Thank you for that, sir. I'll call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. Move on. Appreciate that. Where were we, councillors? Councillor Demona.
Well, I think it's definitely worth considering. You know, I just, on a rough calculation, taking what's in the table for the budget summary for childcare services, dividing that by actual work days, and it works out to just under $600 a day to roughly run those services. And I'm to assume that doesn't include, you know, not having to pay rent and then electricity and all these other things, that cleaning and stuff that might not be in here, and maybe under contracted services. But that, like, so it's about $600 a day at least, and then so 13,000 over that period of time isn't all that much. I mean, it'll add a little bit to the bottom line, you know. And then even, and on that topic, considering that $600 a day, if you had 100 extra days, you're looking at about 60 grand a year extra, roughly, to run daycare on the weekends. So that's rough, because I don't know if overtime and all that other stuff is considered in that. But, you know, on a greater scale, it's definitely worth having a discussion over. Thank you.
Not to muddy the waters too much, but I'll jump in for a moment with one of my items that I've kind of been struggling with, and it may relate. I think we have a very valid conversation going on here with we're talking about essential services and necessary services, and for, you know, the most at need for, you know, for an essential service in reality. Yet we have also outside groups asking for a fair amount of money that a lot of times, well, in some situations, doesn't get used to its greatest ability. And honestly, I got to highlight, unfortunately, Habitat for the Arts. I'm not comfortable anymore committing the amount of money that we do to an outside group. Yes, to offer, you know, some may argue essential services as well, but is it as essential as childcare? No. And it's difficult for me to kind of circle this back, but again, Jasper Artist Guild is asking for a break on rent. And unfortunately, I can't support either of those. And I feel that we need to have the tough conversation and really cut off Habitat for the Arts at this point and amalgamate the service into a municipal offering. It has gone on for at least 4 years in my experience, and it's not improving. It's not getting any better. And I think we have to look at that and incorporate it into our own service if we're willing to offer it. As well as Jasper Artist Guild, I think if they'd like to keep operating within our building and offering what they do, what they offer, unfortunately, I don't think we can keep giving them reduction in rent. There's just a certain bottom point where we say, no, this is the amount of rent you do need to pay to occupy the beautiful space that they do have. So those two items are going to be really difficult for me to move forward on the operating budget if they're included in it as they are set forward as their original ask. Councilor Keller-Embry.
I just want to speak to your 2 points there on the outside of the groups. The Jasper Municipal Library and Culture Center, the vision of the council, it's my understanding of that time, invited these groups plus the library to be part of this. And during my first term, the building finally became open. Both of those groups had places before that they worked out of. They were invited by our municipality at the time to be part of this project. They came in and halfway through my first term, and within the second term, we got COVID. And as long as I've been on council, we've never had that discussion. What is the vision of council for the arts within Jasper? So I think it's very unfair to say that we can't support these groups. I think that's a huge conversation for our strat plan. Those groups at that time were invited, and I'd have to really go to Mayor Ireland or Councillor Demoda, but that's my understanding of how these groups even ended up within the Library and Cultural Centre. Plus, we support the library. They do very well because we support them by 70 or 80%. So, you know, was that the intent of the time? I don't know. But I do know that's some of the history that I've learned. I just wanted to share that.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Councillor Keller-Embry. Councillors, Mayor Ireland.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Councillor Keller-Embry's invitation to those of us who were occupying seats at the time, it goes even a little beyond what Councillor Keller-Embry has indicated, because when that building was being designed, it was purpose-built to accommodate our commitment to arts and culture at the time. So I recognize that the groups have struggled to pay the rent, but the building itself was purpose-built to accommodate Habitat for the Arts and the Artist Guild. And so, yes, they're struggling, but it's not as if there is an easy transition to a different sort of use. So I agree with Councillor Keller-Embry that this should become a topic for our strategic planning and how we in fact support art and culture in this community. But that was a significant move by council of the day to show that degree of commitment to arts and culture. And maybe now it's time to transition more of that to within the municipal operations rather than the standalone independent groups. But to change change direction at this point without thought about repurposing that facility in a general sense. It seems to me to be a difficult way to go.
Councillors? Yeah, well, I understand that it was purpose-built, and I'm not suggesting that it be the usage of it changed. It may or may not, but again, the operations as it is now is not working. And if we keep putting money in that direction, it is essentially not addressing the issue. It's really ignoring the problem, and we can't keep doing that. Councillors? Mayor Ehrlich?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I just want to return to the budget generally and some different questions, if I may, through you to Mr. Given or to other staff as he directs. I have about three general questions, I think, particularly with respect to where we think we might stand for 2021 actual expenditures. So we are still working on 2021's budget. There's been more snowfall this month than we have seen in a long time. I'm curious about where we might end up with our operations budget, particularly for snow removal this year, and whether or how we've contemplated that for the coming year. In previous years, Council attempted to develop a bit of an operational reserve for snow clearing in particular by contributing set amounts so that if we used less in a year because there was less snowfall, there would be a bit of a cushion for the next year, and we would have less need to respond in a knee-jerk fashion, that we would have funds available. I wonder if administration can comment on that, and specifically with respect to page 63 of our agenda, the transfer payments with respect to roads and streets is significantly reduced. So I'm assuming that that is just about all capital, and there is nothing by way of a cushion if we are hit with phenomenally heavy snow removal costs for the balance of the winter.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, to the mayor's questions. So first, with the most recent snowfalls, administration hasn't had an opportunity to sort of connect how that looks with our actuals and current. But we do have in a winter roads reserve about approximately $137,000. So we do have some capacity to adjust unexpected weather changes. At this time, administration foresees that there isn't any additional need for that. The at least $200,000 of the shift that you're seeing in the transfer to reserves was in part related to the change the council made around federal gas tax, I believe. And so there is, as council will remember, there was a number of capital items that had their funding sources shifted to ensure that we made most effective use of the grants, and with the target of lowering the net tax requisition. And so I believe a part of that transfer to reserves is reflected in that. Ms. Malinchuk can speak to it in a little bit more detail. But on the operational side, we believe we're doing well. We're currently under budget, and we do have that $137,000 in reserve available if we have something unexpected to happen.
Thank you for that. I wasn't sure whether Ms. Melchuk was going to opine on that. I'm delighted to hear that we still have $137,000 in that specific reserve, but I wonder whether there is any expectation that there will be other transfers to that reserve to keep it flush in the coming year?
Your worship, I'll ask Ms. Melnichuk to speak to whether we had planned any operational transfers into the winter roads reserve in 2022.
Hi, your worship, through Councillor Wilson. That reserve is just set up if, for instance, we contingency reserve, it's set up if we are under budget in a year that we can transfer the money to that account. It's not something that is necessarily planned. I don't foresee that now, since we've had all of the extra snow, that we would have anything remaining from there to put into the reserve. But that's just, I have no idea at the moment, because also the procedures have changed a lot in the past 2 years. So also how efficient they've been. It's looking like they're doing a very good job at being efficient, but it's not to say what the year-end numbers will be given the amount of snow.
Oh, thank you very much. I appreciate that response, and I echo it. I can't necessarily speak to efficiencies in the economic sense, but the road crews have done a phenomenal job so far this winter, so I credit them for that. Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you, one further question, and I will be complete. In terms of the overview of the budget and the net tax envelope, and Councillor Demota started some questioning on that. We are going from a net tax envelope in 2021 of just over $8 million to a net tax envelope for 2022 of 9.1 million approximately. But is it correct to say that the COVID reserve fund was applied to the 8 after the 8 was determined in 2021, and the reserve this year has been applied in advance, and then we get to the $9.1 million tax envelope? Is that an accurate understanding of the difference between the treatment of those numbers last year and this?
Your worship, I'm going to ask Ms. Melnichuk to speak to that so she gets a precise answer about whether the $1 million was applied. You know, where does the $1 million show in terms of the 8 million net tax envelope last year? Ms. Melnichuk?
Yes, Deputy Wilson, through to your worship. Sorry. In 2021, you would have seen the $1 million transfer in the taxation account. And then this would have been adjusted in 2022. So it is part and parcel of that 8 million that you see for the net tax. And then the 9, it's included into the calculations.
I think I understand that. Thank you. If I am correct, my initial assumption was confirmed. Is that right?
Yes, you're correct.
Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe put a bit different way. And Natasha, again, please, by all means, correct me if I'm mistaken in this, because I think many of us sort of see and read numbers differently. Another way to think about it would be that the municipal expenditures supported by taxes in 2021 were just over $9 million. And $1 million of that was supported through the most, which meant the net tax envelope only had to be $8 million. You know, so we spent $9 million, but taxpayers only had to foot the bill for $8 million of it because we had the COVID recovery reserve. In 2022, we are proposing to spend $9.1 million supported by taxpayers. That would have to be $500,000 higher if we didn't apply the COVID recovery reserve. So it really is being represented the same. Because we are talking about the net tax envelope. In each case, in 2021, the net tax envelope would have been $1 million higher. And in 2022, the net tax envelope would be $500,000 higher. So it's reflected similarly in both budgets. Now, Tash, did I get that correct? Okay.
Yes, you did.
Good.
Thank you. Councillor Demota.
Well, I really appreciate that administration was considering us and softening the blow with that initial $500,000 in there. But, you know, last year, if we're going to do equal comparisons, we did start off with a $9 million budget, and then council decided to use the COVID money. This time we started out with 16%, but that included the money in there. So, you know, I'm just trying to be as transparent as possible. And I'm not saying that there's anything shifty going on. I'm just like, if we're going to compare equally. So, you know, right now, I really appreciate all the work that's gone in to get this down to 12.9 proposed at the moment. And I do believe that 800,000 of that came from what was taken out of capital, right? So that helped us get down to that number, and I think that's great. Now, having said that, I'm glad that some councillors have brought up the conversation about you know, the use of our spaces and the agencies in there. With regards to Habitat for the Arts and JAG, those are included in the tables for the cultural library and cultural center. But I'm failing to see where victim services and the museum are located as far as the key programs go in the budgets. And please forgive me for getting confused, but there's been a whirlwind of a lot of information. It's that fire hose effect.
It absolutely has been. Ms. Malinchuk, I'll ask you to speak to which service profiles would reflect those in just a second here. It may be useful for council and the community to see specifically what the community group requests were. And if it's okay with you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I will maybe share my screen just so we can be specific about what the community group requests were that are included in the operating budget that's in front of you. And so just to make sure everybody can see that. And so this is the list of community group requests that are included in the operating budget today. The library is funded at $193,800. Museum and Archives at 49. JAG with a general sort of contribution of $2,350, and then the amount reflective of their lease reduction. Victim Services at 12.5, and Habitat for the Arts had two separate requests. One was for $20,000 towards the lease reduction, and then one was an actual. So the $20,000 lease reduction would be a loss of revenue for the municipality or a waiver of revenue. The $25,000 was specific to a request for staffing support. And so that would be an expense to the municipality of money actually having to go out. So I hope that clarifies what's intended for council.
Right. So
in reality, with regards to rent reduction for Habitat, well, we haven't received rent for many years, I don't think either. So, you know, that could, you know, but we could maybe suggest that we don't commit the $25,000 for staffing, and then we have that conversation about how to move forward with Habitat in the future to maximize the space and maximize the offering as it is. So, sorry, Mr. Given, you were saying?
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Wilson, I appreciate that Councillor Demota actually asked another question. So I want to make sure that council had in front of them, because I know that you'd seen those numbers before, but make sure you saw that. Councillor Demota asked a question for where these funding actually show up, and they would be an in and an out, an out in the legislative area.
My apologies for jumping in there. Councillors?
if I can finish up on that, So everything that's like those numbers that you just showed us, victim services and the museum are in there as requested. And then same with, or in what's different is that JAG and Habitat for the Arts is in there as if we were treating it status quo without any reductions attached to it within the budget itself.
I'm sorry, Councillor Demota, can you restate that? I have to admit I had split concentration there. For
No,
a second.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm kind of getting you to go all over the place too. So, so victim services and the museum contributions, proposed contributions are already allocated within legislative service, the legislation portion, right? As requested. Right. Okay. So then when we go to the library and cultural center, JAG and Habitat for the Arts are in there as if they were operating and we were getting revenue.
Under the expectation that we would receive their lease revenue. Yes.
Right. So it doesn't include the request to reduce or for the asks. Okay. And okay. So that's my question on there, because that's going to change the overall portion of, you know, our percentage up or down. And then as well as if we could go to the community development area and look at the sports camps. I know that there was considerable conversation around housing or providing accommodation for overnight camps. And I don't know how much actual revenue is there included in that, but that would be a good number to know what the net gain loss is for those two if we haven't already, if we decide not to go with moving that one forward as presented.
Sure. So I can speak to at least part of that. As shown in the service profile, the 2022 projection for net revenue to the municipality is $30,000 from getaway and sport camps. So the budget is built with the assumption that there will be a net of $30,633 income into the municipal operation. If we did not operate the sport camps at all, then we would have a loss of $100,000 of revenue. So you can see that we were not and so that would require other changes to services or an increase in the net tax. I mean, we're expecting to make some revenue and cover some of our base costs through to the delivery of camps. Certainly not to the extent that we had in previous years, but overall it is a net contribution or reduction of the net tax envelope by about $30,000.
And that's assuming that if you run something that we have to house them. So we could still run things, whether they're camps or day camps or however it works, we could still get some revenue for uses of field in different ways if we don't accommodate. So there could be, it could be a neutral endeavor. So I'm just saying if we take out the accommodation portion, we still have an opportunity to achieve some revenues there.
Possibly. So I think there'd be some uncertainty. Administration, had, and I guess the overarching thing about a budget is that it's a forecast. It's a projection based on what we know today. And as we've all seen going through COVID, there's a lot of unknowns. Administration has attempted to reflect in the budget, which is a forecast, the known unknowns, the things that where there's uncertainty, we've tried to create allowances for. There would be increased uncertainty of how much revenue we could generate if we substantially changed our program offering. Like we don't know how many people will sign up for a camp that doesn't have accommodation. That doesn't mean that we can't do it. It just means that if you ask me today, I can't say what the return on that would be like. But administration is happy to take direction from council, and if the direction from council ultimately was to discontinue overnight hosting for camps, then administration would act on that. We would do what we could to ensure that our revenue met our projections in whatever ways we had to do that, and we would report the results to you at the end of the year. Again, recognize, as best as possible. I think administration does a lot of work throughout the course of the year to ensure that the budget is as dialed in and precise as possible, but it is still a forward-looking projection with a significant amount of uncertainty, and is open to change throughout the course of the year. And we will report those changes to you, and we will respond to changes directed by you.
And if I may finish while we're on that topic, and I appreciate council allowing me the time. If we decide not to go with the overnight camps, that does have capital implications as well, because we won't have to go forward with some of the capital enhancements that were projected for there down the road.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, for Councillor Demota, they'd be very minor. And I almost say that they would not be material savings in the overall scheme or scope of the activity center renovation. About the only improvement that would have a direct benefit to overnight camps is the fireproofing in the basement, which would also be a direct benefit and probably a recommended improvement if we're going to have offices down there. There was no capital money to create additional washrooms for overnight use. There was no capital money to buy new bunk beds, for example. So there would be a marginal, minimal or not at all capital impact in terms of the reduction of overnight hosting at the activity center. Not sure there'd be none, but it would be.
No, that's good.
Minor.
Just don't want to be wasteful, and that's the whole thought behind it. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, I appreciate Councillor Kelleher MP's hiss on the lab groups in there. My question, only because I can't remember, is when did it open? I just want to know how long these user groups in there was before COVID hit. My question for administration, the $25,000 Habitat's asking for wages, are they on do they get paid by the municipality, or is it just a check for their own wages? I struggle with that. I think maybe subsidizing their rent is not yet. We've spent a hard couple of years, they don't qualify for the government help. I just wonder about the wages.
So thanks for the question, Councillor Hall. My understanding is that the request was for a direct operating grant to them. So cash, like a check from the municipality to Habitat, that Habitat had proposed that they would use for increased staffing. And so no, they would not be on the municipal payroll. It would be money out from the municipality as an organization to another external organization. And they've proposed how they would use that money. It would be up to council and administration to assess whether they use the money as they said they did. And administration would certainly, if council chose to continue to keep that $25,000 in the budget, administration would do our due diligence to ensure that the money was used as for the purpose it was requested for. But to be clear, we would not have direct control over that.
My apologies for circling back to the getaway camps, but I wanted to jump in there, and in my opinion, I think we're obligated to remove overnight camps like immediately. I don't think we can forecast, especially for this year, that we're going to be offering it. And if we are going to be moving forward with the renovation, then we're not going to be offering it in the coming years, in the next couple of years. So I don't see why we have this in the budget currently. I think that, or it must be modified, because I think we do have to address the fact that we can't house camps in our facility as it is for the safety wise, but also now up against COVID. We just shouldn't be in the business of accommodations. We can go on and on about the safety of it, the liability of it, all of it, and I just don't see that it might have been okay in the past, but I don't think that that's something we're going to move forward. So I think we have to readdress this and actually be kind of reserved in the fact, or reserved in our kind of forecasts. And I think these numbers may be a bit inflated because I really don't see us offering, and I don't think we should. I think as council, we should make that call that we should not be offering overnight accommodations in our facilities. The liability is huge, and I think we have to make that move almost immediately. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, I definitely support your comments, and I think the reason it's there is because it would be a change in service if we decide to go that way, and that has to come by council. So it's something that we've already been providing, and we go in a different direction. And I'm assuming that because we don't want to assume that administration is going to just cut something out because they've heard that council may not be in favor.
Councillors? Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Through you to Mr. Given. Do we in fact currently have commitments for summer of 2022 for camps that we need to accommodate?
I will have to report back to council on that. I don't have that information in hand. My initial suspicion would be that we are not forecast, that we do not have any committed overnight camps at this time. I would want to make sure that I confirm that with staff. I know that there have been regular inquiries, but I don't know what's actually in the books. But you will see that we're forecasting that 2022 revenue would be down from even 2021. If we're expecting to be down over the 2021 year, we're not forecasting a significant amount of revenue. I would say that if council gave direction to conclude, put on pause, or stop, I mean, whatever sort of language council wanted to, the hosting of overnight camps, that's something administration could do. And I'm not certain at this stage that it would have a material impact on the operating budget. Like as you see, it is a small net return to the municipality, but that's from camps of all types. And so we would need to, as administration, if council said, sure, have camps, but you can't have anybody stay at the activity center. Well, that's fine. Now we know what the playing field is for us to implement the budget in 2022. Again, I don't see that if anything, council should be aware that without corresponding reduction in other, in other operations, it may lead to a increase in municipal expense and a decrease in municipal revenue. That's possible, but I wouldn't say that it had we weren't banking on it in the same way that we might have been thinking about other non-tax revenue sources, even paid parking that we were discussing earlier. Paid parking has material net positive impact on the municipal tax requisition. Whether people stay overnight or not at the activity center, I would say for 2022, we weren't forecasting it as a material impact on the budget in either case.
And just to conclude, the 2021, that was a budgeted number. The actual number, that net surplus or deficit, may not have materialized at all anywhere near 87,000. It more than likely was break even. If
exactly, Councillor Melnick. Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Demota.
Well, and we're already merging into priority-based discussions, right? So, when you talk about, what's mandated by the province and then legislated, and I'm making reference to a framework that Mayor Ireland laid out a couple of years ago. And you look at essential services, and what's essential in some communities might not be essential to others. And, daycare definitely falls into that category for Jasper. And I think, in other areas, it might consider it as, an optional service. So when we factor those responsibilities for the community, and when I saw the number, our overall number dropped to like just over $9 million, so 12.9 overall percent increase. I think that if we want to look at putting money towards daycare and maybe childcare and helping some of those lower income families out, I would challenge council to see over the holidays here if we can, inch away at some of the things that we might not want to expend on, and maybe consider, within what's already in the budget, and using that money towards some childcare relief. So, instead of just because it's come down, like jack it back up again, there might be an opportunity there to find some savings in some areas where we might not see a necessary expenditure. Thank you.
All right, councillors. Further questions, motions, cuts? Councillor Melnick?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I would like to refer to page 60 in the budget package, or in the agenda package. And this is the general maintenance operations. And there's a comment, planning assumption, that moving forward, each building will have a dedicated reserve fund into which 3% of the assessed value will be transferred annually, and from which all operating and capital spending will be funded. And I've noticed that in a couple of other pages. Deputy Mayor Wilson, through you to Mr. Given and potentially Mrs. Malinchuk, is that new for this year, or has that been ongoing as a way of putting money aside? Asking as a new councillor, and also trying to understand, the types of funds that we are contributing to.
Well, I'll ask Ms. Malinchuk to speak about past practice and how that's reflected in the current budget. I think it is reflective of a planning intention from administration to do a better job of representing the state of our reserves to council and providing council policy level control over our reserves. I expect a part of our work in 2022 will be to bring forward a renewed financial reserves policy that would identify and detail specific reserves, as well as their purpose, and as well as their funding mechanisms, so the council could see that. Ms. Malinchuk, Natasha, I wonder if you could speak to whether that 3% is reflected in the budget, or whether that was simply a forward-looking planning assumption.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Given. Exactly what you said. It's a planning assumption going forward only. So not part and parcel of what you're seeing for the 2022 budget.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, Councillor Melnick. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would imagine then that should be reflected in future years. And I guess I don't know if that has been reflected already in any particular line. I'm thinking that would be in the transfer payments line.
Councillor Melnick, the reflection in years beyond 2022, in 2023 and beyond, is not there yet. Because we would want to go through that process. First off, confirm with council that they're supportive of the direction that we set, and have more detailed numbers for you. This was our first, as council appreciate, and I think is well aware, this is a revised format for the budget. We were asking our staff to, show those forward-looking years along with their planning assumptions all on one sheet. I think we can be better at that. And a part of that, though, also is influenced by the policy direction that council sets. So I don't believe that they're reflected in those future years yet. And that's something that we would be showing you at the 2023 budget. My hope would be that if we are intending to make regular annual contributions to reserves for some dedicated purpose, that we would be able to show you by program area where that's occurring.
We'll go back to Councillor Melnick and then over to you, Councillor DeMont.
Thank you for that explanation. I asked that question as a way of looking where we might be able to reduce the budget, which if it's not in there, there's nothing to reduce. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear where I was going with that. And I think for the benefit of council that we understand the go forward. Thank you for those answers.
Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. You know, I'm glad that, and I appreciate that Councillor Melnick drew some focus to that, because, you know, a lot of times you hear that municipalities aren't run like businesses, or it shouldn't be considered a business because, you know, businesses are intended to be profitable. But I consider business as the exchange, you know, goods and services for, you know, financial contribution, wherever it comes from, whether it's government funded or taxation. And, you know, having, you know, making reference to that 3%, I think that that's like good business management. I think it's fiscally responsible, and it's a good way to go. And I think those assumptions moving forward is for a better financial health, healthy financial future, and as far as you know, being responsible for the future of our infrastructure. Thank you.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I am ready to make a motion. And if I do make that motion, the motion will be to recommend to council, or that committee recommend to council, to approve the 2022 to 2026 operating budget as presented. But I recognize that there has been substantial discussion about daycare services and about third-party groups, arts and culture in particular, and some other issues. And I respect that once I make a motion, it may disinhibit people, or actually inhibit people from making specific motions. So I welcome a debate about specific motions, but if none are forthcoming, I will make a motion to approve the budget, but I won't do that just yet. But I will leave my virtual hand up if I know how to do that, and you can return to me at any time. But I would like to get on with some motions here, given that we've been at this now for a substantial period of time.
Yeah, thank you for that offer, Mayor Ireland, and I appreciate that. Councillors, now's the time. Is there additions to this budget? Is there reductions, things you can't agree with, you can't get on board with? Let's put it forward. Let's make some motions that either add, subtract, or equal the motion that Mayor Ireland is prepared to make here. Councillor Demota.
Yeah, thank you. And you know what? I was going to propose something similar to that, and on the same train of thought, because I think that we could still come back with any reductions that we might want to see, or additions, and then have those votes in a few weeks. And I think we'll be better prepared after this conversation today, unless, you know, I'm into hearing what other people say, but I was very happy with the work that we've done collectively to move from the 18% to 14% or whatever it is now, and then, you know, the 12.9 with the COVID relief in there. And I think, you know, some really good thought goes in there. I'd probably want to have a little bit more of an understanding how that's going to affect 2023 and 24, but you know, we might see some other changes come about, and some other funding, so it'll be hard to tell, but I'm good to go forward with what the mayor suggested.
Councillor Keller-Impey.
I'm just curious if we've had any feedback from our partners within our business community regarding our current budget. Through you, Deputy Mayor Wilson, to Mr. Given. Have we received any correspondence from the chamber?
That would come to us, wouldn't it? But as councillors, but Mayor, Mr. Given, anything?
Not that's come to administration's attention.
Thank you.
Councillor Waxer.
As strongly as concerned as I am about the impact on the low-income families in childcare, I don't feel like I've had enough information that even the 13,000 would be significant enough to address it. So I don't really feel prepared to make a motion at this point. But I would, this isn't the time now, but I would like us at least to address the provincial government, advising that we realize that this is the impact of the decisions that were made, that it does provide the greatest impact on low-income families. But I'm not sure that 13,000 is the number, so it's awkward to at this point to make. I don't feel like I've got enough information to make a really informed motion at this moment. So I would probably say go forward.
Yeah, it's a conversation to keep going, Councillor Waxer. I appreciate that, but it may not need to hang up the operations budget as you suggested. Yeah. Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I'm going to circle back one more time to the Habitat request. A quick Google search, they had that space for 4 years. I have a question for admin. Did they pay rent in those 4 years before COVID?
Councillor Wilson, and again, subject to correction by another member of my team, no, I don't believe that they have.
Anything further? Yeah, please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
I would like to make a motion that committee amend the operating budget to remove the $25,000 funding for staff from the operating budget. Is that right? I think that sounds right.
Yeah, makes sense to me, Councillor. I'll open it up to councillors. We have a motion on the floor. Councillor Moda, you'd like to speak to it?
Is that money already in there? I understood by my questions earlier that that reduction is not included because that's a change. That would be a change in the budget.
No, apologies for any confusion that I may have caused. The base budget that you see in front of you is inclusive of all of the requests made by the community groups. So because committee received a presentation from community groups, gave administration no direction on whether to include or not, they are all included. And so the effect of Councillor Hall's motion would be to reduce the net tax envelope by $25,000 because it reduced the grant to the Habitat for the Arts by $25,000. So apologies if my earlier response was anything less than as clear as that, but just to be direct, these the amounts that I showed are included in the base budget. The effect of Councillor Hall's motion would reduce the need for net tax envelope by $25,000.
Well, there's 25 grand right there. So I'm just.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Demota. Keller-Empey. Councillor Keller-Empey.
I'm sorry, I can't remember. What did we give Habitat for the Arts in 2021? Was it 15,000? If through you, Deputy Mayor, if administration could confirm that.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, I'll have to confirm through Ms. Melnichuk, but I don't believe that there was any additional operating grant provided. I think that there was only the waiver of rental, but Ms. Melnichuk, I don't know if you can confirm if we provided any additional cash from the municipality to Habitat for the Arts.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Deputy Wilson, through to Councillor Keller-Empey. For Habitat of the Arts in 2021, there was an amount requested of 35,000, and the amount received was 15,000. I believe I would have to look back into the letter, but I believe that was in offsetting their rent payments.
Thank you, Ms. Nolenchuk.
Councillor Demota? We'll wait for you. Councillor Hall will circle back to you.
This gives me great anxiety because, you know, being on the Culture and Rec Board, you know, talking with the members there before it was changed, like there is quite a desire in the community to advance, you know, that segment of service in our community. And but, you know, when we talk about childcare, it's a little bit of a tough one. So I want to make a friendly amendment to Councillor Hall's request. Instead of reducing the budget, somebody kind of planted the seed that maybe we should shift that money over, if it's already included in the budget, in that 12.9, to help lower income families for childcare. Would you consider a friendly amendment that way?
Please go ahead, Councillor Hall.
I have a question for administration. So Habitat requested $35,000 last year and we gave them $15,000. Is that what I understood? So correct. They're requesting $45,000 this year and we're proposing to give them $20,000. It's already an increase of $5,000 over last year. Is that correct?
The increase is not a material increase in terms of the amount of a grant out. Is my understanding, and again, Natasha, if you have anything additional, but my understanding is that $20,000 amount is reflective of a waiver of rent. And basically, you know, so that their total request is part cash and part a waiver of expense to them. And so I don't believe that there's an increase in subsidy. We just essentially will continue not to get paid for rent in that facility or provide that space to them as a support to their work.
One other quick question. Have they requested money for wages before, or is this the first year?
I think that their request in 2021 for the additional amount of money was additional support for their operating, which some portion of it may have gone to wages. I don't know that they explicitly asked for a programmer position in 2021, but I think at least a part of their intention was that it was enhanced operating support, which likely would have come down to wages, because that's probably their most significant expense.
I'm apprehensive to commit monies to staffing within Habitat. I think, you know, I support Councillor Hall's motion, although it's not that I'm adverse to the programming. I think we have to have the conversation to improve the programming. And I think if we're putting money out to staffing, we're recognizing the fact that, well, we should be staffing in some regard. And I think that has to be within house through the municipality, and yeah, end up costing us more money in the future, of course. But by putting money towards staffing to an outside group, it doesn't force a conversation I think that we need to have. So I'm in support of Councillor Hall's motion. Mayor Ireland.
I think the motion is on the table, so I will speak in opposition, and I respect the views that lead to the motion and the comments that have been made. But if that third-party entity is ever going to have an opportunity to have the impact that I think is hoped for and possible, they have to start somewhere. If they want to raise interest and awareness and money to pay the rent, I think programming is at the base of that. The fact that it's not our employee might be a good thing. It might keep it much more cost effective for us to have them have a programmer and start building the use of that space in a way that generates some revenue that gives them an opportunity to pay rent. Because I agree with your comments, Deputy Mayor Wilson, that if we take over the programming, it is very likely to cost us an awful lot more than $25,000 a year. And yet I think we have some sort of obligation to support the arts as well as recreation. This seems to me to be the best bang for the buck that we can get. So I'm inclined to leave it alone, wish them well, help them fund a position, see whether that makes a difference. Because without it, I think the subsidy or our obligation to simply pay the expenses is going to increase, but we'll feel the need to do that. So I'm opposed to the motion, although I do understand the impetus behind it and the desire to see Habitat become more effective and able to pay its rent. But I just don't think this is the way to do that.
Councillor Keller-Empey and then Councillor Waxer.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Awesomely said. I think we need to support this group. We need to support our groups. And as I said, like for us as a council at StratPat, we really need to look at how we see the arts and culture in our society going forward. But I think we just can't decide in this budget, we're not going to support this and not support the group that we invited into that building and built the building around them. I think we need to support them this year.
Councillor Waxer.
I was just going to say that this may be a good year to support them with the new community calendar coming out. It may provide an effective venue for getting the information out into the community about their programming too.
Okay, other councillors, we did lose Councillor Hall. She's back. Perfect. Other councillors would like to weigh in on this prior to handing it back to Councillor Hall. Hold on. Okay, we'll give it back to you, Councillor Hall. Go ahead.
I'm just wondering if Councillor Waxer can repeat what she said, because I got cut out as soon as she started talking. I'm sorry.
I was just going to say that this may be a good year for Habitat for the Arts to showcase what they can do because of the new community calendar on the municipal website and their ability to post their information there. It may provide a more effective communication tool for getting information to the to residents.
Okay, if there's nothing further, I'll hand it back to Councillor Holloway. Would you like to close on this motion?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. Further thoughts with Mayor Ireland's comments. Could we approve this with some kind of stipulation that they just, I need to know that it's working for our community and that it's a benefit to our community. I do agree with everything that's been said though.
So I think to approve that the 25,000 would be to rescind your motion because it's already in. Yeah, so I agree with you, Councillor Hall. Like lots of good things said. I'd be willing to vote on the motion as well, but I think we're all in agreement that we have to have a conversation, a larger conversation on how our building is used, how arts are offered within our community, within our space. But if it goes another year, I'll be on the same, feeling the same way. You know, I don't think it's, we're not optimizing the offering. And there's the ability to do that. And I think if we have the consensus that we're going to have that conversation in the near future, well, then maybe it is the best to rescind this motion and move forward, but I'm willing to vote on it either way. Councillor Demoto.
Thank you for the time again. You know, I wanted to speak to it after this, but I think a conversation that we have during our strat planning is to look at our overall contributions, not only to, you know, within our facilities, but I recall, and it might have been in times of recession where we contemplated our contributions to other organizations, and, you know, in a similar concept, wanted to help them be sustainable. But I think that there should be a phase out plan, so the groups that we are supporting can find within themselves to become sustainable, so that our contribution becomes less and less. You know, I don't want to go in about specifics to other organizations, but I think that umbrella conversation should be had.
Councillors, anything further? We did lose Councillor Hall again. I think that's probably why she wants to go back into in-person meetings, so she has better Wi-Fi connection. There she is. Councillor Hall, shall we vote on this motion?
I guess you can just call me Councillor Hall, a rescinder of motions, because I will rescind this motion.
Okay, but it made for a great conversation, and I think you know, we've highlighted the conversation that we need to have, and it's coming up in the near future. Point of order, Mayor Ireland.
A very small point. Rescission applies to a motion that has been carried. Councillor Hall is perfectly entitled to withdraw the motion in respect to which you have not yet called a question, with the consent of council, and certainly no objection for me, but just the wording. It's not rescinding anything. It is just withdrawing a motion.
Appreciate that. Thank you for that. Councillor Hall, your motion is withdrawn.
I will be Councillor Hall, withdrawer of motions.
Thank you for that. So, councillors, appreciate that. There has been a couple of other topics that had a bit of conflict. Is there any other motions that councillors would like to put forth before we return to Mayor Ireland's motion that he suggested he would make? Anything regarding getaway camps? What else was there? Anyway, it's out there. Let's move on it. If there is any apprehension to remove anything. Councillor Melnick, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I do have a question on the housing page, if I may ask before we proceed. It's page 62 in the agenda package. And I just want a point of clarification for the increase of some $20,000 or $22,000 in transfer payments from this year, 2021 to 22, and that continues incrementally to increase. So in fact, we're adding over $50,000 over 4 years. And this is, I understand, to do renovations on the housing. But at what point will that drop back down to just regular maintenance? Because it's a cascading amount that keeps going up every time you add money on top of money. You know, we're adding to our operating deficit. And I believe through you to Mr. Given, or potentially Mr. Greathead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I can respond to that. So similar to the discussion previous about reserves, administration's intention is to have a discussion about housing reserve and even the status of our housing assets going forward. Having said that, I think that the municipality has seen, and maybe council can speak to that a little bit more directly, the results of deferred maintenance on some of the municipal properties in the 2021 year. There was a significant one-time capital expense, and I believe that the recommendation here is more reflective of regular ongoing maintenance rather than large capital improvements. We do have 3 units of housing The intention is to examine whether we can actually increase the number of units by, as reflected in the planning assumptions, looking at the municipally owned duplex. My understanding is that there's the potential for renovations to allow for some additional suites to be built in there. Again, that's a planning assumption and not a done deal by any means. There'd be a process to go through. But largely, the increase in transfer payments over time is to be better reflective of contributing an annual amount that's reflective as a portion of the capital asset, the assessed value, that 3%. Administration still needs to do some work to show council what that reserve would look like, what the value of the capital assets are, and we would be seeking council approval for that reserve. So again, for anything beyond 2022, we certainly aren't banking on it, but we're simply giving council an indication of the direction administration would like to go, subject to ultimately council approving reserves and approving the 2023 budget. So we'll have to justify to all of you why the budget looks like it does when we show up next fall. I think the question for council is, in context, is the $78,000 an appropriate transfer to reserves to support, our 3 municipally owned housing units? And when you look at them, roughly, at, if they were all valued at $800,000, we've got, actually, if we're all valued at 800,000, we'd have nearly $2 million or over $2 million in assets. And so is that 78,000 an appropriate sort of annual contribution to maintenance and repair of those assets? I think that's the question. If council decides differently, certainly council's prerogative, but the forward-looking years are simply that, forward-looking and a projection, with the understanding that administration still needs to seek council approval for those years. And we would be doing that on a policy basis through reserve policy recommendation.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Mr. Given. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson.
Thank you all. Would it be premature to return to Mayor Ireland? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I will make a motion then that committee recommend that council approve the 2022 to 2026 operating budget as presented.
Sorry, that was, you did suggest that committee recommend it to council?
The committee recommend council approve, yes.
Yes, okay, sorry about that. Thank you for that, Mayor Ireland. Clear and concise. Councillors, would anybody like to speak to it? Councillor Keller-Empey.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, just to clarify that we're just putting this forward to the council meeting on January 4th, and if anybody has any concerns that we're not passing the budget today. And I have one other question. If we do pass the budget on January 4th, we still have to make the decision how we on the tax levy to the community. So what I'm trying to say is we could come back and say that we would take out a departure for somebody if we needed to. Or on January 4th, that if we pass, then everybody is getting 12.5%.
I'm sorry, if that was directed at me, Councillor Keller-Empey, I missed part of it. You seem to be breaking up a bit, so if you could repeat, if it was directed at me. If it was directed at Mr. Given, then he looks like he's ready to respond.
Okay, Given.
Sure, I can speak to a process from here on out. So this is a recommendation from committee to council. Ultimately, the budget isn't finalized until approved by council. And so there would be that break over the holidays for the community and council members to cogitate or to think about this budget and what it will deliver for the community. And before ultimately council are asked to consider final approval in the new year. At that time, if anybody wanted to make any additional amendments before approval, that's possible. In terms of process from here on out, final council approval of the budget sets the amount of expenditures for the municipality and the intended revenue that we would need to collect to make those expenditures. The choice of who pays for what is something that actually happens through the annual setting of the mill rate. and council has an opportunity to have that discussion about what portion of the total net tax envelope is supported by residential properties versus non-residential properties at that time. So again, that's somewhat separate. Certainly they're linked, but it is a separate decision. And so nobody should expect that their taxes are going up 12.9% because that is still subject to people's property values and their annual assessment, as well as council decision making about the tax rate ratio between residential and non-residential properties. So there's still lots to be decided before anybody can say that their taxes are going up a set amount.
Thank you, Mr.
But
Gibbon.
yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Demona.
Well, I may want to argue that a little bit, because if we're setting, what our expenses are, regardless of, what the property assessments are going to be, we've already committed to collecting that for our expenses. So we might, if your property gets assessed at a lower value, we might have to collect more money from you, to a certain extent. So, those are the factors there. But I don't need to speak to it because I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. If there's nothing further, I'll call the question. All in favor? And there are none opposed. Thank you, Marilyn, for your motion. And great. Item 7.2 completed. Oh, Mayor Ireland, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Just before you go to the next agenda, based on the discussion today, I would be inclined with direction from council to in fact write to the province with respect to the way they have handled the daycare funding from the federal government, and the fact that it seems to work in inequity at the lowest income earner level. I think that from what I heard, everybody agrees with that, and I would be happy to write to the province and alert them to the fact that we think there is an inequity there. And I'd be happy to add to it another inequity, again, not material in terms of economic impact, just as the $13,000 is not really impactful, but it's impactful at the principal level. And recently, at least a year ago, the provincial government arbitrarily, unilaterally decided that it would pay less in grants in lieu. So we can't tax them because they're a higher level of government, but they pay what appears to be something like taxes for their property, and they just chose to do less. And it's probably in the same ballpark in economic materiality, but again, reflects the same attitude. And I think it's important for us to take a stand on those issues and write to the province and say we disagree. So with consent of council, I would be happy to do both of those things.
Yeah, looks like head nods around the table. Yes, thank you, Mary Ellen, for that. Thank you, Mary Ellen, for that. Okay, so anything further on? Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 8, correspondence. There is nothing. Agenda item 9, motion action list. So, Mr. Gibbon.
Yes, thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Wilson. So you can see the motion action list, not significant change. Other than to note the principles for the utility rate bylaw, administration had been working to attempt to present that for council. And in the complexity of it, and recognizing that this new council hasn't necessarily received the same briefing or workshop, we wanted to recommend to you that we should, early in the new year, conduct a workshop with council on the utility rates, utility rate principles. And I will say, for returning members of council, administration will have a revised presentation that actually has, rather than just the conceptual ideas of how contributions between different categories impact different users, administration will have some live examples that council will be able to consider. So that is the one item that is not here. Our recommendation would be that be January 2021 And if council is open to that consideration of a workshop prior to presenting that in a public forum, administration would make arrangements to host that workshop. But other than that, I believe everything is generally on track, and would be happy to answer any questions that council might have, or if council would be willing to make a motion to update the motion action item list with the amendments as noted.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. Questions, councillors? Would there be a councillor willing to make a motion to update the motion action list as suggested? Councillor Keller-Anthony, if you would make that motion, much appreciated.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you. Councillors, I'll call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. Carries. Okay, councillors, we're at item 10.1 or 10. 10.1 is council appointments to boards and committees. Anything to share amongst the seven of us? Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I attended a library board meeting on the 9th of December last week, and then Councillor Kelleher-MP and Councillor Waxer myself were at the tree lighting ceremony of the next night. And I just want to, I have a quick question that really doesn't pertain to this, but it does pertain to boards. If we are going to fund Habitat for staff, can we appoint a councillor to their board? I apologize if that's out of turn. I'm not sure where to put that in, but I felt it fit in this section.
There you go, Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor Wilson, they are an independent organization as far as I know. Administration could undertake a bit of a review of the relationship between the municipality and Habitat. My understanding is that we have essentially a lease arrangement, and anything that the municipality might like to require of the organization would likely have to come in the context of that lease arrangement. I don't know, since they are an independent organization formed under, appropriate legislation like the Societies Act or whatever it is that they're formed under, I don't know that we would have the authority to appoint somebody to their board, but we could exercise some level of influence or control through our lease. And as noted, it has been some time since the organization has been in a position to be able to pay the rent. Council has provided waiver of that rent over the number of years, but I believe at least one requirement in their lease is that for them to be in good standing with the lease is that they need to ensure that they've continued to pay rent. So I think the short answer, Councillor Hall, is no, I don't think we have the ability to appoint somebody because they are not subject to sort of our full control. We may have some influence through other mechanisms, but it wouldn't be as direct as sort of identifying a council member to be there.
Thank you for that, Mr. Given. I just want people to know that I do support the arts and I do support this organization. And I think if they had more help, it would be more successful.
Okay, councillors, other representation boards, committees, upcoming meetings, Councillor Melnick and then Councillor Waxer.
Just to update this evening, there's a Jasper Yellowhead Museum Board meeting, which I'll be attending as we conclude the year.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer.
I attended on December 9th, the Communities in Bloom meeting, and they're taking a pause for the winter, but were excited to share with me their past successes and some ideas for 2022.
Thank you. Anything further? This item? We'll move on to item 11. We got upcoming events. Tomorrow, December 15th, there's NETMA, 4 p.m. at the Robson House. Municipal Staff Holiday Social is Thursday, December 16th, 4:30 through till 10:30 at the Legion. Community-wide Ugly Sweater Day, Friday, December 17th. Councillor Demoda, you'll fit right in. Visual Identity and Logo Redesign Council Workshop, Friday, December 17th, 10 a.m. on Zoom. So councilors get that in your calendar. And then CN and Santa's Anonymous Christmas at the 6015 Locomotive, December 19th. And I think it's still time to be determined. So we're waiting on that. Go ahead, Councilor Melnick.
I did, thank you, Deputy Mayor Wilson. I did see something potentially on Facebook that talked about a time between 3 and 6 p.m., I believe, that that particular event will take care at the 6015 steam locomotive.
Great, thank you for that. Again, just a reminder that next Tuesday, the 21st of December, and then the following December 28th is the holiday break, so we do not have council meetings. Council strategic planning sessions are coming up January 12th through 14th, and details will be forthcoming. We're going to move on to 12 in camera. 12.1 is personnel matter. CAO performance feedback. There's the ugly sweater. But I do would suggest to the public that we will not be making any decisions after we come out of council or in camera. So no need to stay tuned. Thank you everybody for joining us. Mr. Given, you'll send us out, or probably already have, a Zoom Zoom link. So we'll log back in. Mayor Ireland, go ahead, please.
We need a motion, so I prepared to make a motion that we move in camera at 2:54 p.m.
Great, thank you for that. All in favor? Off we go. All right, we'll see you on the other side, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for joining us.
East Oilers tonight.
Thank you, everybody.